Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. The US blasts Iran in retaliation for striking their bases in Jordan, but Pakistan mediators believe they can still bring both parties together. Meanwhile, 8 people are dead in Ukraine after Russia launches drones and missiles days after Zelensky's meeting with President Trump. And UEFA votes to boycott the World Cup if FIFA sells stakes in its competitions. The US has conducted more strikes against Iran in response to the attack on US military bases in Jordan. CENTCOM says it fired at dozens of IRGC targets, which Iranian media says has killed 3 people. Meanwhile, Pakistan, who have acted as mediators, continue their attempts to bring the US and Iran back to the table. Take a listen.
We are doing utmost to bring the parties back to the Islamabad MOU, so that all irritants can be removed in the light of the spirit of the Islamabad MOU and the Pakistan-Qatar joint statement. We encourage the parties to exercise maximum restraint and fully adhere to their commitment to resume technical level talks for the implementation of the Islamabad MOU in line with Pakistan-Qatar joint statement of.
Let's get the thoughts and opinions of former Major General Chip Chapman, a former British advisor to CENTCOM. Chip, it's always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. Iran has now been stepping up its attacks on US military bases across the Middle East following a series of US strikes. Chip, are we just on the escalation ladder right now?
Well, nothing is inevitable until it happens, and I don't think we are on an escalation spiral, really. But I think what we're doing at the moment is we're having skirmishes on multiple fronts. Now, there has been some horizontal escalation in terms of, for example, some sort of strike in Egypt and the joint attack by Saudi Arabia and America on the PMF, Popular Mobilization Front in Iraq. But we look for patterns, not for single events. So I think all those can be controlled at the moment, because I think both sides don't want to escalate to all-out war. Now, we still have rhetoric on that. For example, the president of Iran said that they're back to a full-scale war. I don't think they are. And of course, we've had major language from President Trump the last day, which you couldn't quote on any TV program, and talk about major combat operations, which from a US perspective would be about large-scale, high-intensity operations. But what that looks like at the moment is the upper end of planning seriousness, not necessarily operational intent to escalate without any sort of ledger. And the ledger is still there where lots could be done by both sides. So, for example, Iran has really been quite constrained in one aspect, and that is that they haven't held at risk the infrastructure and oil targets of the Gulf countries at the moment. They've not re-attacked any targets in Israel. So there's still lots they could do. So at the moment, I would say it's still proportionate retaliation. I don't think we're in this escalation spiral.
And I just want to talk a little bit about Iran's strategy, Chip, if we can, because an Iranian attack has also struck a Chinese-owned building in Kuwait. This has killed 1 worker and actually caused significant damage. What does Iran's strike on a civilian building suggest about Tehran's strategy and also pressure on regional countries?
Well, we know that at the strategic level, one of the things that Iran seeks to do is to have the removal of American bases from the Middle East. So in strategic terms, you could say that all the attacks they are doing would play into that. And that, in their original points for the ceasefire, would have been one of those. In terms of the specifics of the attack in Kuwait, that to me would look like more of a targeting error, because there is a thing called the circular error of probability to do with either missiles or drones. And certainly if you've been receiving targeting data, which the Americans have absolutely said from the Chinese and the Russians, then the last thing you would do is attack potentially a target which has people of a friendly country towards your objectives. So I think that's more to do with targeting errors rather than part of that a strategy. But the strategy ultimately is to remove American bases from the Middle East.
I want to talk a little bit about what you just said to me about proportionate and constraint. You saying that Israel could still do a lot, Iran could still do a lot more, so we're not in that full-scale escalation. My question is really, could the US be doing more too? Are we seeing constraint on the US side because Israel has not been involved in this latest wave of attacks?
Well, America could do more. And I've said many times that America has escalation dominance. But one of the reasons we came to the original ceasefire was because President Trump said that the war needed to end because of the dangers to the global oil supply. That was really, to my mind, going back to the American foreign policy model of pragmatic realism. And the problem for the Americans at the moment is at the tactical level, the Americans are awesome at striking targets, but that's all they're doing at the moment. They're servicing targets. And I think there were two significant things in the last week. Firstly, General Kane, who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in America, said at a Senate congressional hearing that if you look across the totality of history, air power's got limits, and we have to be mindful of those. And if you do a major combat operation without land power, and the Americans are not willing to put land power on the ground, then you're getting the law of diminishing returns. You're not getting a strategic outcome. That is, Iran does not feel it's compelled by the Americans, and that's why it feels it has the freedom to continue to do these strikes, the sort of surprise strike, so-called, on Jordan. Now, at the military level, that is not a surprise attack, because the guard of the American forces in Jordan would have meant that the force protection is a responsibility, not a mission. They'd have been on high alert. I think where you could say it's a surprise is that politically it would have been a surprise because Trump had stopped the bombing after 13 days and nights to give the space for some sort of diplomatic furtherment to take place.
And with the conflict now spreading beyond Iran to Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Egypt, and of course the Strait of Hormuz, which has been a flashpoint, Chip, do you think this conflict is becoming harder to contain now across the region?
No, I don't. And again, I think that's one of the constraints on the use of American power, that containing the conflict is obviously one of the prime objectives of the Gulf states because of the consequences if it does flare up into this spiral escalation. Particularly, again, because of those things to do with the ports, the oil infrastructure, and the requirement for the Gulf states to have the gas and oil flow. The reality at the moment is, although America on a daily basis says that the combat power of the Iranians is degraded, the real metric which matters to the Gulf states at the moment is how much oil and gas is flowing through that strait. And it's still down 70 or 80%, regardless of the Americans saying it's open and regardless of the Iranians saying it's closed. From the perspective of risk management, it looks far more closed than it does open.
So, Chip, would you say that this is becoming an energy warfare that has been led by Iran and the US is almost following the lead at the moment?
Well, all wars are fought for political objectives, not for economic objectives. And the politicians of the world are not bookkeepers and accountants. So it's making sure that you know what those those political objectives are. That has always been one of the burdens from the American side, that they're not quite clear what the political objectives are. We know that they don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon in the future, but you could do that diplomatically, as was done under the JCPOA. And of course, prior to the 28th of February, the Strait of Hormuz was open. Two other things that they'd really like is obviously to render the ballistic missile capability of the Iranians obsolete. Iran is not going to negotiate that way because it sees that as its strategic deterrent for the future. And of course, it would like to rein in the proxies. Partly, I think, while we've seen this attack on the PMF in Iraq over the last couple of days.
Oh, Chip, have we lost you? Did you want to finish your thought?
No, I think I'd finish with what we saw in the last couple of days there, Leigh Ann.
Former Major General Chip Chapman, great to have you on as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's continue this conversation with Daniel Roth, Research Director at United Against Nuclear Iran. Daniel, can we just pick up there on what Chip Chapman was saying about the nuclear situation in Iran? That, he said, can be done diplomatically. Would you agree?
I think the window for diplomacy passed probably last year, once President Trump decided to take that kinetic action along with the Israelis during Operation Midnight Hammer back in June 2025. I would say that the US has nonetheless offered always a window for negotiation. I mean, I think President Trump has given the Iranians multiple chances, including last month with that memorandum of understanding, which to most analysts looked like Iran had won. Iran had dictated the terms of surrender to a defeated United States. It looks like in hindsight that the president kind of knew what was going to happen. He understood that the Iranians would not help themselves with their absolutely maximalist demands, which were then carried out. They just cannot help themselves when it comes to just taking a breath, appreciating that they're not going to be the dominant player in the region, that kind of thing. So I think the JCPOA, which Chip, your previous guest there, Chip Chapman was saying, could have worked. It was always a bad deal. It was, as they say, just a way to kick the can down the road, if not for this generation, then a future generation. So the nuclear issue was never going away. This is, at the end of the day, Iran's card that it can play to ensure its overriding objective, which is regime survival. If it has that nuclear umbrella, then it makes regime survival almost guaranteed, because who is going to attack or degrade a country with nuclear weapons?
And Daniel, that's a really good point. And you spoke about the JCPOA being a bad deal and kicking the nuclear situation down the road in many respects. But right now we seem further away from nuclear talks than ever between the US and Iran, and a deal. We haven't even got the Strait of Hormuz open.
It's true that we are further from a deal, but that doesn't preclude the option that the nuclear program can be taken out in other ways. And I would suggest the most likely option right now, and the best option, is to go in there with some more airstrikes. Again, your previous guest is right to say that airstrikes cannot effectuate political change a lot of the time, but if you have these clear military nuclear targets, they're all mapped out very clearly, you can achieve some pretty amazing things. I mean, absolutely, we're in a better position if you're not part of the Iranian regime. If you're in the region, in the West, we're in a much better position in terms of Iran's nuclear threat than we were before June 2025, and I would also suggest before February of this year, because the US has decided to take clear action against those nuclear sites. It's obvious to anybody that Iran is not interested in really saying, okay, we're just going to have a civilian nuclear program. It wants those nuclear military capabilities. Nothing is going to change that. And unfortunately, this is, to me, seems like the only way. If military action forces Iran to back down, comes to the negotiating table, then I would welcome that. But I think it's going to take a lot more than what we're seeing right now.
And let's talk about what we're seeing right now, because the US says the strikes were a direct response to Iran's missile attacks on Jordan. That's the strikes we saw overnight. Do you think we are now just trapped in a cycle of escalation and de-escalation? It just seems to be in a vicious cycle at the moment.
Well, let's consider the sequence. I think CENTCOM is pretty accurate to say that these were directly a direct response to Iran's IRGC ballistic missiles against the Azraq US base in Jordan. I think there's no dispute about that. and there's no dispute that the US must respond. It can't absorb Iranian attacks with no consequence. What I would say that there is a little bit of tit for tat in this, and even though it was described by the US as heavy round of strikes, I don't think it's really going to change the psychological calculus of the Iranians. We've seen that the IRGC is almost unaffected by military degradation, as I say, in terms of their mindset, of their thinking. But at least we can say in the most basic way, at least they have fewer missiles and drones and launch sites. So really, the US has no choice; it must respond. And I would even suggest that they respond in a heavier kind of way next time, because there will be a next time.
And there is still a great deal of uncertainty surrounding the conflict. But if meaningful negotiations are to resume, which side will have to blink first and make the biggest concessions?
Well, again, that MOU was such a good encapsulation of the US side and how they're approaching it, and the Iranian side. Really, the Iranians got almost everything that they could have dreamt of, especially being under so much pressure, military plus the economic blockade in tandem. The US President Trump has always said, we would much prefer diplomacy, but the Iranians just will not accept it. So in terms of who's going to blink first, the US could easily reopen the strait, but obviously President Trump has to think about the 3 M's, the midterms in November, munitions, which it is limited. It's not an unlimited supply, and it has to think about the markets, the oil prices. So President Trump has to think this is not just one military versus another. I think there would be no dispute about who would win that, but he has to think about the domestic politics, the regional politics, and beyond. So yeah, tough to say who's going to blink first. Clearly, the Iranians, they've shown that they can hold out because they are, as I say, psychologically unaffected by military targets, and that's why I suggest we should keep the US blockade in place. And the things that Iran really does care about are targets like its Basij militias, those police headquarters, even courthouses in Tehran, but also it needs money to pay its IRGC. They're not simply going to keep on working for free. So those are 3 things that I think the US might look at as well.
And I just want to discuss about what's been happening in Egypt, because obviously this happened yesterday and we started getting reports about it. But an unidentified drone has struck vessels at Egypt's Dimyat port, close to the Suez Canal. How serious is the threat to this vital shipping route? Because obviously we see a threat to the Strait of Hormuz and also the Bab el-Mandeb Strait.
Yeah, so really intriguing development, because we don't know officially who launched these. We do know they were drones. The Egyptians have said that it was a drone that struck a US-owned gas floating storage unit, so an American ship, essentially. The fire then affected a second ship in that Egyptian port of Damietta. I did see, however, New York Times reporting that heavily implied that it was an Iranian drone. I would be very surprised if an Iranian drone managed to launch from Iranian territory all the way to Egypt without, the Israelis or even the US in those bases seeing it. So, the finger of blame might be going to the Houthis, which are an Iranian partner, if not a proxy. They are very well versed in that Red Sea area, even though this is on the Mediterranean side of the Suez Canal. But again, they've strongly denied it. So very, very interesting. In terms of, yes, it brings Egypt into the theatre of conflict. Egypt, the fact that they didn't go beyond the fact that they said this was a drone suggests that they really do not want to be drawn in. This is the first time that it's reached Egypt, so that's significant as well. But yeah, as we see, the Egyptians, they don't want to be drawn in, especially because it's such a huge burden to their economy. We saw the Suez Strait, the Suez Canal being closed for, I think it was about 18 months a couple of years ago, with the Houthis threatening. So they really don't want to see that happening. And that's why we see them downplaying what happened yesterday, yes.
Yeah, indeed, it was yesterday. Daniel Roth, it's always great to have you on. Thank you so much for your analysis and time with me.
Thank you so much.
Saudi Arabia's Defense Minister, Prince Khalid bin Salman, has met with President Trump and Vice President Vance hours after a joint US-Saudi strike on Iran-backed militias. Prince Khalid told the administration the kingdom would not tolerate attacks on its energy infrastructure or civilian targets. It comes as Saudi Arabia seeks to build an international coalition to protect shipping in the Red Sea. I'm now joined by Dr. Hisham Al-Ghanam, Director and Senior Geopolitical Researcher at the Gulf Research Center. Dr. Hisham, absolute pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time with me. The US has completed a heavy wave of strikes on Iran in retaliation for attacks on US military assets in the region. Are we reaching a new escalation phase? And what is Saudi's stance and strategy?
Well, thank you for having me. Just a small correction. I'm not affiliated with the Gulf Research Center at all. To answer your question directly, yes, and I think this was predictable. Iran's hardline factions spent at least the past 6 weeks testing American limits across every front simultaneously. So we had the Strait, the Red Sea, Iraq, Jordan, and at some point, the accumulation of attacks was going to produce a response that goes beyond targeting Iranian proxies in the region. And frankly, the real question would be about the ceiling and the limits, because right now, neither Tehran nor Washington appears to be signaling one. But I think that, what is also important is the kingdom strategy. And I think that it's important to understand where the kingdom stands today. I think we need to see everything that has happened this week, especially, not as a separate or a standalone event, but as one coherent picture. The kingdom has conducted joint strikes in Iraq with the Americans. Its defense minister, as you stated, is in Washington. The kingdom also is building what it seems as an international coalition for the Red Sea, and is publicly also backing Arab partners against the Iranian attacks. In my opinion, all of these should be seen as different pieces of a single unified strategy that the Saudis are working on.
And with the conflict now spreading beyond Iran, what is Tehran trying to achieve, and what does it risk going wrong?
In my view, the Iranian hardline faction has one clear goal, which is keeping enough pressure going across enough fronts that Washington cannot close the file before November midterms. The goal is quite clear, which is forcing Trump to choose between acting or backing down in a way Iran can call a win. And it's not random. I mean, the pressure across the Strait, the Red Sea, Iraq, and now the idea of pulling other states into the conflict, I think it's an orchestrated and a planned effort to make any pre-November deal politically impossible for Trump. The risk, and I think that this is the crucial part here, is the same one that has repeatedly hurt Iran, which is assuming American limits are permanent. And if Iran goes far and gives Trump a clear domestic reason to act before November, it will certainly have handed its enemy exactly the opening he needed.
And Saudi Arabia and the US have carried out joint strikes against Iran-backed militias in Iraq. This is the first time the kingdom has publicly acknowledged taking part in such an operation. What did you make of the timing of this?
You know what, I have to say that the strikes came after more than 30 drones attacks in less than 72 hours, targeting US forces and also the kingdom's main oil facilities. They were all from Iraq. The kingdom had warned Baghdad repeatedly that attacks coming from Iraq would not go unanswered. And I think that the warning was serious and meant to be taken seriously. We had 4 Iranian military advisors that were killed alongside the militia fighters, which I believe will send and should send a clear message to Tehran and also Baghdad. The Iraqi also, on the other side, the Iraqi Prime Minister canceled his this planned Riyadh visit, which is a real cost. But in my view, the kingdom judged that letting attacks on its oil infrastructure goes unanswered would cause more damage over time than any diplomatic friction with Baghdad at the current moment.
And Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia has also strongly condemned Iran's repeated missile and drone attacks on Jordan. Does this signal a more assertive Saudi role in confronting Iranian aggression across the region? Because we have also just been talking about that possible coalition in the Red Sea and other areas.
Exactly. But if you allow me, I just want to add one point about Saudi and Iraq, because I think that the economic relationship and also the relationship between the two countries is important. And I do not believe that the kingdom has any interest in walking away from years of investment in Iraq. Me myself being a big advocate for such investments, but this, which I think it's a very important relationship between Baghdad and Riyadh, would depend primarily on Baghdad being able to govern its own territory. As simple as that. The cancellation of the Iraqi Prime Minister visit to Riyadh is a setback, but it's not the end of the relationship. I think that the real test is the end of September, when the militias are supposed to hand over their weapons on the same day U.S. forces complete their withdrawal from Iraq. But honestly, when the militia leaders publicly mock the Iraqi government ability to enforce that, this is, in my view, gives the kingdom a very clear answer about whether this partnership can hold or not. So, and I would say if September passes without enforcement of the militias handing over their weapons, the relationship will need to be seriously reconsidered between the two countries, the Saudis and the Iraqis. Now, when it comes to your question, see, we had at least three formal statements in 3 weeks. Each stronger than the last, ending with the kingdom strongly backing Jordan's right to respond to Iranian attacks. And I think this is crucial. This is important. This is not a routine diplomatic gesture. I mean, it's clearly, there is a clear direction that the kingdom is building what I call a legal and a political record here, grounded in a UN Security Council resolution requiring Iran to stop attacking regional states. This, in my view, establishes a collective Arab self-defense as a legitimate right. And what is worth noting there is the shift from condemning attacks to endorsing a response. And I believe this is very significant. It gives Arab partners political cover to act and also lays the foundation of the Red Sea coalition we were talking about. It's clear to me that the kingdom is building the framework of a collective Arab response before it becomes unavoidable.
Dr. Hisham Al-Ghanam, it was brilliant to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your analysis. We need to get you on more. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
8 people, including 3 children, are dead after a Russian missile and drone attack on Ukraine. President Zelensky says homes, businesses and infrastructure facilities were hit as Polish jets scrambled to protect their airspace. Zelensky had previously warned that an attack was coming 1 day after he met President Trump in Washington. Let's go live to Odessa to speak to Ukrainian MP Oleksiy Goncharenko. As always, Oleksiy, thank you so much for your time and thank you for joining me. Russia says it targeted military sites, but Zelensky says homes and businesses were hit and entire families were killed. What does this latest attack tell us about Russia's strategy, and has it changed at all?
Hello, Russian strategy hasn't changed. They put as much terror as possible on ordinary people. That is Russian war playbook. Brutal, barbaric, just killing civilians in big numbers. And when they're saying we're taking military targets, who is military target? Children and families just in their houses who were killed. So it's clear that Russia, unfortunately, continues this terror campaign.
Leslie, Russia targeted the capital and also several regions across the country. Does the scale and geographical spread of these attacks suggest Moscow is now trying to completely overwhelm Ukraine and Ukraine's defense systems?
I think Russia is trying to use the window of opportunity that they have because Ukraine lacks anti-ballistic missiles, which we badly need and which we don't have for the moment in needed numbers. So they use this possibility, attacking, again, just civilian infrastructure. The fact that they were attacking the whole territory of Ukraine just shows that they continue to attack everything they can. So I think there is no news in this, but we really badly need support from our allies just to save many, many lives. And it's, very, very difficult to accept that our allies today, they have these anti-ballistic missiles, and for the moment, they don't need them. And Ukrainians are dying every day from Russian ballistics. And we can't receive what we need from our allies. It's really very difficult for us.
Yes, and when we speak quite often, we always come across this, don't we? Oleski, you always tell me how frustrating it is that the Allies aren't doing enough when it comes to the Patriot missile systems. But you talked about a window of opportunity, and some experts say Moscow is trying to exploit the disruption caused by high-level changes within Ukraine's military. Do you think these leadership changes in the military have affected Ukraine's ability to defend the front line?
Russia is attacking all the time with these military leadership, with previous one, with the one before this. So it doesn't matter. For the moment, yes, we in Ukraine, Commander-in-Chief was changed. But it's very early to say what are the consequences of this. Some people hope that the situation will be better. Some are afraid that it can be worse. I think we need just time because it's too early to say anything because it's just several days left, several days passed after this decision. There is vulnerability from the fact that in Ukraine we don't have a legitimate Ministry of Defense now. Also, we don't have a legitimate Minister of Foreign Affairs, legitimate head of Secret Service, legitimate head of Foreign Intelligence Service. And it's quite strange and even, I would say, ridiculous. Unfortunately, President Zelensky is making some moves which are quite hard to understand. And maybe they are more based on his personal feelings and emotions on some, because he's afraid of some competition from his former members of his team. I don't know. But this is a problem because I don't like the fact that, for example, ministers of defense in Ukraine are changed so often. But it doesn't, it's not connected with these Russian attacks. Russia just attacking all the time.
And Ukraine continues to strike targets deep inside of Russia, causing significant damage. But do you think these attacks are actually having a real impact on Russia's ability to fight the war?
Definitely, yes. Definitely, it's very painful for Russia. Yes, Russia is a big country. And they, for the moment, they managed to continue the war efforts despite the losses they have recently. But it's the question of tipping point. At some moment, the next attack will cause a failure for Russia, for Russian economy, may cause a failure. So we don't know. But Ukraine is not looking for this moment. Ukraine looks for peace. We want peace as soon as possible. And the only reason why the war still continues is because Russia refuses to end the war on the current lines, which is the only viable option and logical option. Because for the last 3 years, the front line hasn't changed almost at all. Very tiny changes for both sides. So people are just dying for nothing. It's time to end this war. And Putin just doesn't want to do this. I hope these Ukrainian attacks and Ukrainian capacity to reach long-range targets from Ukrainian border will make Putin to accept that the war should be stopped.
Oleksiy Goncharenko, as always, it's really great to have you on the show. Stay safe and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
UEFA has voted to boycott FIFA's tournaments if the federation sells stakes in the World Cup to outside investors. The decision by European members was made during a crisis meeting after several days of backlash. FIFA believe the plan would generate fresh revenue and also boost grassroots programs. Wandi Intengento has this report.
It is a golden opportunity to turbocharge the development of the game. Too little of football's growing commercial value reaches the parts of the game that need it most. It would simply commercialize and organize all FIFA-owned competitions.
FIFA President Gianni Infantino continuing to defend his plan of selling stakes of the organization to outside investors, while potential shareholders will own a fraction of the body's commercial subsidiary. They will have no influence over decisions made by FIFA. However, top brass in the association said what fueled the furnace was learning through a leaked report that a substantial percentage could be bought by one of US President Donald Trump's in-law.
Let me say this very clearly. Football does not belong to investors. It belongs to the people who fill the stands, who stand on the touchlines week in, week out, rain or shine. The World Cup is not a product. It is the greatest competition in the world, and it was never anyone's to sell. Dress the deal up however you like. Once you have sold a piece of it, you have sold out. Football belongs to the supporters. It always has, and it always will.
FIFA President Gianni Infantino's controversial proposal will need a majority vote from 211 members on September 19th. FIFA believe the deal will unlock a $10 billion funding package from January next year. But UEFA say the soul and governance of football are not assets to trade.
At the moment, I get the feeling that FIFA is only there to make a profit. I mean, it feels as though they're just trying to make money through every possible channel. To be honest, I think it's good to hear that UEFA called it a crisis meeting. I'm not a fan of boycotts. I'm actually always in favor of dialogue. But if it comes to that, then I would actually be in favor of us as Europe standing firm and saying, no, we won't go along with that. That's not our sport. That's not what we want, and then take action against it.
Threats to boycott tournaments like the World Cup have historically echoed a long history of football colliding with geopolitics. For now, the debate continues as many ask whether the so-called beautiful game has a price tag. Wandi Swandengendo, Al Arabiya English.
A reminder of our top stories. The US blasts Iran in retaliation for striking their bases in Jordan, but Pakistan mediators believe they can still bring both parties together. Meanwhile, 8 people are dead in Ukraine after Russia launches drones and missiles days after Zelensky's meeting with President Trump. And UEFA votes to boycott the World Cup if FIFA sells stakes in its competitions. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
From publicly prickly to privately productive, has Israel's Prime Minister managed to reset relations with the White House? After Tuesday's Oval Office meeting, both leaders shared mutual praise, but do American voters feel the same? I'm Melinda Nucifora. Stay with us. That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints.
Now, the internationally renowned American Medical Center, the Mayo Clinic, has just opened a representative office here in Riyadh. Well, that office, which does not provide medical care itself, is designed to help patients to make appointments at the network of Mayo Clinics in the United States and also in the UK. Well, Mayo Clinic is known for providing specialized care for serious and complex medical conditions. Well, we're joined now by the Mayo Clinic's Medical Director for the Middle East, Dr. Omar Ghanem. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir. I wondered if you could just start by telling us about the rationale for this brand new Mayo Clinic presence here in Riyadh.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Watson, for having me, and thank you for Al Arabiya TV. So while prioritizing the needs of the patient, Mayo Clinic is committed to caring for patients with the most complex medical pathology. Every year, we have more than 1.4 million patients who visit Mayo Clinic facilities in Rochester, Minnesota, in Arizona, in Jacksonville, in Florida, as well as in the UK, as you just mentioned. And these patients come from more than 140 different countries. This is not news to us. We've cared for Saudi patients for decades now, and there is a portion of the Saudi patients who seek highly specialized centers like Mayo Clinic for advanced and complex medical care. Our office in Riyadh does not provide medical care, but makes that journey to finding the right care smoother and easier. Our representatives in the Riyadh office are able to help patients and their families focus more on their health and their recovery and their treatment, while we deal with the logistics and help them with the logistics of accommodation, travel, medical records, scheduling the appointments, and all these other details. Again, this opening in Riyadh is part of the commitment of Mayo Clinic of providing access to care for, or Category 1 care for the complex medical conditions and for the patients with complex pathologies. And again, this is the part of the rationale that we are addressing.
Okay, so for someone who's got a highly complex medical condition, you're essentially making their journey to recovery a whole lot easier by taking away some of the logistical headaches that could be associated with it. Why did you think now was the right time to establish a physical footprint here in the kingdom?
Well, again, you know, the patients with complex medical conditions, that diagnosis, that journey can be overwhelming. And part of our mission is to help those patients. Being in Riyadh is a priority. Having an office that takes care of the patients and cares for them is a priority. The timing is just right. We feel that, you know, the patients need it, and we are here to align with our mission of providing more access to this category of one care at Mayo Clinic.
And what do you think a local presence by the Mayo Clinic is going to do to help the whole Saudi healthcare ecosystem?
You know, one of the greatest strengths of Mayo Clinic is collaboration. Through having a presence locally, the chances of and the opportunities for collaborations are bigger, are higher. We are there again to help providers and patients advance the care for those medical conditions, complex medical conditions. While being there, there is more opportunities definitely for collaboration and helping. We're not there to replace. That's what I always repeat. We are there to complement the care. Many of and most of the Saudi patients have access to excellent care in Saudi Arabia. We are there for the patients who feel or believe, as well as the physicians who feel or believe that these patients need highly specialized centers like Mayo Clinic.
Right, and you're going to be working with some local Saudi healthcare providers as well, aren't you?
This is definitely the goal, is to get the referrals, and either patients can themselves refer themselves to the office, and then our representatives would meet them, get them information from them, help them navigate how they can schedule appointments. Also, physicians, if they are seeking that higher kind of care that we provide, would be able to reach to our office, and our representatives would be able to help them.
I mean, the healthcare space here in Saudi Arabia is undergoing a massive transformation. I don't know if you've observed that yourself, but
yes.
Where do you see the Mayo Clinic sort of aligning and fitting into that transformation?
You know, again, our goal, I heard the term medical tourism before. This is not, you know, part of the medical tourism or part of the, you know, this is not the goal. The goal is to help patients, the patients that need that care. And we are part of that bigger ecosystem now. We have a local presence. We are there to help those patients and to help the providers that need to transfer those patients to a higher level specialized center.
Moving forward, what opportunities are you spotting in the healthcare space here in Saudi Arabia?
There is, again, great opportunities based on the fact that we are on the ground. We have great collaborations now and a presence on the ground next to those providers, next to those patients. There's always opportunities, and us being there will definitely help explore those opportunities further.
Any particular challenges operating in this market?
Thankfully, our relationship with the Saudi physicians has always been great. I wouldn't say that we've had any challenges, always positive experience with the Saudi physicians and the Saudi hospital systems.
And Dr. Ghanem, when I was reading about your new representative office here in Riyadh, I noticed that, you know, you make a big point out of it being a bilingual service, presumably English and Arabic, to help people navigate their journey to recovery. And we talk a lot about Saudization on this program, and I wondered whether you had made a conscious decision in your recruitment to tap into the local Saudi talent pool.
Absolutely. Our representative in the Riyadh office is bilingual. Our representative number is very limited. So I would say the Saudization guidance and the workforce planning might not apply to this situation as it would apply for larger operational systems. That said, our representatives are Saudi and speak, again, both languages. This will allow us to understand the needs of the patients and their families better. This will allow us to provide them with that multidisciplinary care that Mayo Clinic provides and offers through their offices better and through their facilities better.
And just lastly, Dr. Cohanim, I know you're also a surgeon, an experienced surgeon, and I wondered how that shapes how you approach the healthcare needs of patients.
Yeah. So this is a bit personal to me, and that's why it's very meaningful. I am Lebanese, and I came to the United States for advanced surgical training, and with the goal at some point to be able to give the patients and the providers and the physicians in the Middle East back. I just never imagined that I will be able to do it at the #1 institution in the world, and at an institution that kind of sets the gold standard for patient-centered, team-based care. As a surgeon, as a bariatric surgeon here located in Rochester, Minnesota, we get a lot of complex patients. I very rarely do kind of straightforward surgery. We do the rare cases, we do the complex cases. This is our day-to-day. We get referrals from all around the world and the Middle East, and we are able to approach this in a multidisciplinary way. Different physicians sit together and come up with a treatment plan. Too many different angles that we see the problem, and so that we can offer a solution. How does this help? This helps shorten the time to diagnosis. This helps us being more efficient, and helps us answer a lot of the questions that were unable to be unanswered or answered somewhere else. This is, again, a big deal to me, being able to be available through my role to help patients from the Middle East region, and to be able to help those patients in need. And again, align with Mayo Clinic's mission, which is helping patients and prioritizing their care.
Yeah, and by the sounds of things, you bridge many worlds in your capacity as the Mayo Clinic's Medical Director for the Middle East. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Omar Ghanem, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. Marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
It is nearly 16 years since she recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the DUC Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant, power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower. Instead, in June 1980, European nations, including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the state of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility. In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7th. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many, many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the state of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From publicly prickly to privately productive, has Israel's Prime Minister managed to reset relations with the White House? After Tuesday's Oval Office meeting, both leaders shared mutual praise, but do American voters feel the same? I'm Melinda Nucifora. Stay with us. That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints.
Sigrid Kaag, co-chair of the United Nations Foundation, former Deputy Prime Minister of the Netherlands and currently advisor to the Gaza Executive Board. Welcome to Al Arabiya.
Thank you, Talal. Delighted to be here.
After leaving the United Nations, you remain active in international geoeconomics and political affairs through different prestigious engagement. But can you explain to the tens of millions of our viewers in the region and around the world your role in the Gaza Executive Board that advises the Board of Peace presided over by President Donald Trump?
Yes. It's an independent role. It's also unpaid, as it should be, as it serves a purpose to provide, hopefully, the building blocks of peace and security between Israelis and Palestinians. Now, the remit of Security Council Resolution 2803, which established a number of the institutions, including the Gaza Advisory Executive Board, obviously has its limitations. A practical one is, in the entire era and recent developments of recent months, the board has yet to meet, the Gaza Executive Board. So, in earnest, I can't tell you very much. Individual members, including myself, have spoken to one another. We're trying to support and shore up the political, policy and financial support to the National Committee of the Palestinians, which to my mind is the centerpiece from a viewpoint of legitimacy, political credibility, as well as the connect that is essential between Gaza and the West Bank. Ultimately, this is not only about the alleviation of immense human suffering by Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, but also about the future of a Palestinian state, alongside a safe and secure Israel. So it remains a lot of work. If you look at the facts on the ground, I think nobody could suggest significant progress has been made. Fortunately, the living hostages and the bodies of the deceased have been returned in the first phase. The negotiations on the disarmament by Hamas, as well as the withdrawal by the IDF, I cannot speak to this in public. I'm not privy to that level of information. But ultimately, civilians in Gaza are kept prisoner time and again in an ever-shrinking physical space. Living conditions are hell on earth, with no prospects of significant change in sight. And this, to my mind, if there's one message to your audience, it's a reminder how and why international humanitarian assistance aid cannot be conditioned or tied to political progress. Individuals, Palestinians in Gaza, have rights: the right to food, the right to proper shelter, to medical care, the right to education.
There are those who argue that since the adoption of Resolution 2803 on the 17th of November 2025, that endorsed, of course, the US-backed comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict and authorize the establishment of the Board of Peace as a transitional administration and to deploy a temporary international stabilization for ISF to secure Gaza, to oversee demilitarization, and to protect the civilians. They argue that since that date, which is over 7 months ago, no ISF and stabilization force has been formed, no real end to the Gaza conflict, with approximately 1,000 Palestinian civilians killed since adoption of 2803. On the reconstruction, no large-scale structural construction has formally begun in Gaza, and efforts remain heavily focused on planning debris removal and navigating daily immense security and humanitarian challenges. Do you agree with them?
I think it's an accurate description, particularly based on first-hand reports by the United Nations, as well as other credible entities, international and national non-governmental organizations. You can see that the death, the types of injuries, the absence of significant volume that is relevant to people trying to survive, or actually some call themselves already the living dead. This is not something that we could call success. I think the premise of a first step of success was President Trump having imposed a ceasefire with a number of indicators of a plan forward, the 20-point plan, but each detail, and we know that through any complicated diplomatic process, requires negotiations, requires technical details, requires further benchmarks. So far, we got stuck in phase one, between phase one and phase two, I would say, as an international community. I am not involved in the details, as you know. And I would say the serious concern, and rightfully so, is that Palestinians in Gaza risk being forgotten. Since the Israel-United States attack on Iran, Iranian response, and what is now called the Iran war, political attention, economic attention and focus has immediately shifted, rendering Security Council Resolution 2803 and the full implementation of that resolution, rendering it a significantly lesser priority.
Sigrid Kach, what would you say should happen now to improve the lives of the Gazan people?
Well, it's a response that you can hear from any NGO representative, or I believe a UN official, or most other countries. Massive influx of aid, unconditional, not dependent on whether the negotiations proceed well or less well when it comes to the disarmament by Hamas and the withdrawal by the IDF. The encroachment by the IDF into further shrinking the space Palestinians are permitted to live in, that needs to be altered straight away. And of course, the death toll, it keeps rising. That's one. Second part is early recovery materials need to be allowed in. The amendment of the existing dual-use list risks impacting second and third tertiary negative consequences for all civilians from a health perspective, education, pure survival when it comes to the absence of forms of decent shelter. I could go on and on. The Economist a few weeks ago had a very sad but very telling title. In Gaza, only rats are allowed to roam free. Just picture that for a second, and then you can imagine what it is like to be a Palestinian civilian trying to survive one day more in Gaza without any prospects of serious change, let alone improvement in sight. Last but not least, medical evacuation. Some countries in the region have performed miracles to allow patients in, to have them treated free of charge, to bring their relatives. The list of seriously injured Palestinians in Gaza, I believe, is now around 140,000, but correct me if it is less. It's a serious number. Each one has a name, a life, had hopes, and they need to be treated. We cannot look away.
I'd like to move to Iran, which is a place you visited in February of 2018 as a Dutch foreign minister and met with President Rouhani in Tehran at the time. And at the time also you expressed the EU continued commitment to the JCPOA. What is your take on the latest development in the Gulf and on the Switzerland diplomacy? And where and when did we or diplomacy failed us in case of this conflict?
Well, I think 2018, and since the withdrawal by the Trump administration, the first Trump administration of the JCPOA, we've seen, of course, a rapidly changed environment. But I think we also have to look at where we are now, or since the terror of 7th of October, the onslaught on Gaza, and the continued suffering, as well as all the reactions, counter-reactions, the military hegemony established by Israel versus an Iran and a regime that is fighting for its survival. All these are aspects to take into account. Where we are now, I believe that we have seen once again that a war without proper strategy and strategic objectives, let alone a political strategy, definitely runs into a serious set of issues. That's one. We've also seen that asymmetry is weaponized, be it geographically or otherwise, by use of proxies. The third part is that there is a return, and by necessity, to diplomacy, from coercive diplomacy to actually proper diplomacy, which means you need to sit down with your adversary, you need to figure out where compromise lies, how it can be legitimate, not only against international law or treaties, but also how it can be legitimate in the eyes of the different populations, so you have a chance to build a path forward.
On Lebanon, you served from 2015-2017 as the UN Special Coordinator for Lebanon, during which, of course, a period of constitutional paralysis. Lebanon situation, of course, today is different, with the election of new president, the formation of new government headed by our previously judge and ambassador here to the UN, Nawaf Salam, entirely different from the one you experienced. But how do you read the current developments in Lebanon and the way forward?
First of all, I think the government of President Aoun and Prime Minister Nawaf Salam have made a few bold moves. In the interest of the country, in the interest of the state, and reinforcing statehood, including the very difficult one, already covered under Security Council Resolution 1701, the need to have the monopoly of state established over all arms and armaments. That, of course, is domestically a tough one, given the fact that regional allies, Iran and Hezbollah, and domestic equations do not necessarily match up, certainly in the last 2 years, and this is a difficult one. So I don't think the question is how to read, the question is more what and how the international community could support and where they need to focus. And you need to be mindful of the complexities and the sensitivities and the history of Lebanon.
I'd like to move to Syria. You know it very well. You led the OPCW United Nations Joint Mission in Syria in 2013 and 2014, with a team of 100 experts that successfully oversaw the removal of Syria's declared chemical weapons under active wartime conditions. That mission, of course, I remember interviewing you on the last day from Cyprus, on the last day of the removal of the last remnants of the chemical weapon, declared chemical weapons from Syria. And of course, we know what happened afterwards. That mission met its stated objectives, but however, Syria subsequently used chemical weapons again against its people. What does that history teaches us about the durability of internationally verified agreements when the political will to enforce them is non-existent?
The mission at the time had stated agreed objectives set between the Russian Federation and the United States of America, confirmed by the Security Council, carried by a treaty, the Chemical Weapons Treaty, and led and implemented by the joint team which I led. So we did what was agreed. If the parties have agreed to leave remnants or to not touch certain areas, that's a second phase. The second part, and it puzzles me a little bit now in the negotiations or the start of talks around Iran and, of course, the importance of its nuclear enriched material, I believe there are good examples, including the Syria mission, whereby the international community, in this case the IAEA, maybe the UN, and a few other actors could team up, provide for the leadership, provide for a verified, monitored implementation plan that ensures whatever is agreed gets acted upon and reported back to the Security Council. That triangle is an extremely important one. Ultimately, yes, political will is always important. Political will to monitor, to call out when violations occur, to have sanctions if need be, and where needed. And. That's a long list, but you can negotiate that.
Sigrid Kaag, we thank you for your time. We thank you for your insights, for this exclusive interview, for sharing with us your thoughts. And we also thank you for your history of service to the Palestinian people and the people of the region. Thank you so much. Thank you.
My duty. Thank you, Tala.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to its key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
From publicly prickly to privately productive, has Israel's Prime Minister managed to reset relations with the White House? After Tuesday's Oval Office meeting, both leaders shared mutual praise. But do American voters feel the same? I'm Melinda Nucifora. We'll debate the latest here on Counterpoints. This was the first face-to-face meeting between President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu since the Iran war started in February. There's been some public friction between the two recently, but according to Israel's leader, things are back on track.
I just finished an excellent meeting with President Trump. When I say excellent, I don't mean it in a superficial way. A conversation with full partnership, with mutual support, with an understanding of the common goal of ensuring that Iran does not have nuclear weapons and other goals as well. One of the best conversations I've had with the President of the United States.
Neither leader is media shy, so it's a little unusual that the press wasn't allowed in the room to film that typical smiling handshake shot or capture their initial pleasantries. The Israeli government released these still photos, and Netanyahu made his statement on social media. Could it be because public sentiment in the US has started to turn against the Israeli government? Some prominent Republicans are concerned about perceived Israeli influence on American foreign policy, particularly after a vote in the Senate paved the way for an unprecedented merging of the US military and Israeli forces. So, coming up, we'll debate whether Netanyahu's influence in the White House is waning. Has Israel become a liability for America, or will they instead enhance their special relationship? Joining us for this discussion, we welcome back to Counterpoints Avital Leibovich, Director of the American Jewish Committee in Israel and former spokesperson for the Israeli forces. Julian Andreoni is joining us, Capitol Hill correspondent at Dropsite News. And Jasmine Al-Jamal is back with us, former Middle East advisor at the Pentagon during the Obama administration and currently the host of the View from Here podcast. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrived in Washington during a time of somewhat strained relations with the US. We've seen bitter disputes within the Republican Party over the nature of the US-Israeli alliance. We've seen diverging priorities at times on just how to end the war in Iran. And of course, there is the Prime Minister Netanyahu's increasingly controversial global image. Just 2 weeks ago, the US Vice President J.D. Vance was even denouncing Israeli influence on American politics during his podcast tour, raising questions about just how comfortable the Trump administration is with the current dynamic. Avital, let's start with you. Is the US-Israeli relationship waning, despite Netanyahu's comments after their meeting saying that they're better than ever?
Well, we need to keep in mind during this conversation that Israel is heading to elections at the end of October, and therefore politicians from all parties, by the way, the head of the opposition is also currently visiting the US. So all the context of the statements, the public statements of these politicians are in the light of the primaries in the political campaigns they're running. Now, look, Netanyahu has been a continuous visitor in the White House. Actually, this is his 8th time visiting. I think the problem is not with the relationship between Netanyahu and President Trump. I believe that they do have a close, even I would say intimate relationship, strong relationship. Of course, there are sometimes differences of opinions. I think the challenge that Israel currently has is within the two parties themselves, the Republicans and the Democrats, because in these parties, we have seen recent changes. Some of the changes are emanate because of the changes in the American demography. For example, change of generations from older politicians to more younger, more progressive politicians. A lot of it has to do also with a lot of media war, I would say, because there's a lot of fake information and anti-Israeli funded campaigns that walked into our lives in recent years. But also, I would say there's also an Israeli responsibility for this. Israel must keep, in my opinion, a bipartisan approach, needing to work with the two parties just the same way. And as I remember, the relations with President Biden mostly were also very good relations. But definitely, there we have a challenge in both parties. I would not say with Trump specifically.
Julian, what do you make of it? Are we seeing a difficulty, not necessarily perhaps between Netanyahu himself and President Trump, but between the Israeli government as a whole and the two parties in the US? Is it, as Avital says, a bit of a media war, fake information, and perhaps driven by groups funded by anti-Israeli sentiment?
No, it's because people are able to see what's happening on the ground via first-hand account. Everybody's able to be a journalist these days because they have their smartphones on them, and that means that special interests aren't allowed to control the narrative via corporate media anymore. These large conglomerates and advertisers that influence the way that editorial coverage is done on networks like CNN and Fox and MSNBC and the Washington Post and New York Times that were able to downplay the crimes of the Israeli government against the Palestinian people and the occupation that was ongoing in the West Bank and in Gaza now is not able to be done. And she, correctly identified that the younger generation is growing wiser to it. They're growing wiser to the fact that 505 out of 538 members of Congress, sitting members of Congress, have accepted a lobbying contribution or a campaign contribution from the pro-Israel lobby. That's 95%. No other lobby has that type of stranglehold. And I think that, younger Americans want the American government to work for the American people. We have plenty of problems here that we're dealing with domestically. We have 60% of people living paycheck to paycheck. We're struggling with a healthcare crisis when every other major developed country on earth, including Israel, guarantees healthcare to its citizens as a human right. And we are sending $3 billion a year out the door to the Israeli government to conduct a genocide in Gaza, ethnic cleansing in southern Lebanon, and in illegal war in Iran. And the American people are not in favor of that anymore, as evidenced by the 22-point swing of Americans who want to see Netanyahu be arrested, and also the fact that New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani has a higher favorability rating among Jewish New Yorkers than Prime Minister Netanyahu has.
Jasmine, I'll bring you in a moment, but Avital, let me give you a right of reply to those comments.
Yeah, thank you for that. Well, this is a narrative I'm hearing a lot, and basically it's focusing on the Israeli government leadership rather than on the neighborhood that we live in. And Julian, unfortunately, regardless of who sits in the White House and regardless of who heads the Israeli government, the neighborhood is the same neighborhood. Hamas is the same ideologically driven Muslim Brotherhood affiliate, which has a charter that basically says Israel should not exist, and we need to raise our children to make sure that Israel ceases to exist. And then we see Hezbollah and proxy, which was funded and founded by Iran in the early 80s, with 40 years of pouring money, technology, experts, and as I'm speaking to you now, the Revolutionary Guards from Iran in Lebanon still supporting Hezbollah. And of course, the chaos that we've seen in Syria, which, by the way, the world, of course, ignored. We had there 7 years of civil war in which every week 250 people were butchered. Did the world care? Unfortunately, no. Israel did care, by the way, because it hospitalized 4,000 people and gave aid to the people of Syria, although we don't have any relations with Syria. And then look at the Palestinians in the West Bank, which unfortunately Hamas is the most popular party, according to the different polls. And of course, don't forget about Iran, which is not only a threat to the Middle East and Israel, but also to 17 European countries, which are all within the range of 3,000 kilometers of ballistic missiles. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who sits in the governments. This is the neighborhood we need to deal with. Now, Israel is doing right by trying to formalize relations, signing ceasefire agreement with Lebanon, trying to create a security arrangement with Syria. It's not easy. There are many other forces trying to intervene. Turkey is one of them, for example. Qatar is another. But this is obviously the path we need to pursue. We are trying to pursue it. But let's not also forget what happened on October 7. And blaming Israel and forgetting even to mention it, I think we have a problem here. 1,200 people who were butchered, 251 people who were kidnapped. The youngest was 8 months. The oldest was 86. From their beds, 6:30 a.m.
All right. I'm just going to pause that just because I want to bring us back on topic to make sure that we stay on topic to get through what we need to. Jasmine, let me bring you in, and then yes, I'll hand it back over to you, Julian, for a reply. Give me your impression of the Israel-US relationship. Is it waning, or do you think that Prime Minister Netanyahu has brought things back on track with this visit? Jasmine?
Well, I think what we're talking about and looking at here is a fundamental reorientation of the majority of Americans away from Israel and the special relationship between Israel and the U.S. And it's happening for a variety of different reasons. Of course, the overriding reason is what we have seen take place in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Syria, Israel's actions in the region, and of course, the most recent war with Iran, which Israel and the U.S. started while Iran and the U.S. were in the middle of negotiations. And it was the second time in 2 years that Israel and the U.S. bombed Iran in the middle of negotiations. So people are watching that. People are watching horrific images. You know, I would never minimize October 7th, just to put it out there. It was a horrific day, and I understand the trauma of Israelis to this day when they talk about October 7th. But we have to also look at what's happened since October 7th. And if, you know, I don't think it's useful to kind of talk about numbers, because you can say 1,200 Israelis were killed on October 7th, 60,000 in Gaza, tens of thousands in Lebanon and Iran and Syria. It is a question of Israel's values, Israel's actions in the region, and whether that reflects the values of the American people. And resoundingly and increasingly, that answer is no. People in the U.S., particularly younger people across political parties, do not want to associate themselves with a government they see as being responsible for a genocide. They do view it as a genocide. The majority of Americans polled about the war, especially, as I said, the younger generation, and they just don't feel that that aligns with them anymore. The majority of Americans also believe that Israel pulled this president into a war with Iran. A lot of that is Prime Minister Netanyahu himself saying, look, this is the realization of a 40-year dream of mine. I've wanted the U.S. and Israel to go hand in hand to war against Iran, and now it's finally happened. And that's, of course, Melinda, happening across the backdrop of increased economic hardship across the United States. People can't find jobs. The younger generation can't buy houses. They're not having kids. And they're looking at this relationship and wondering, wait a minute, why are my tax dollars going to any foreign nation, let alone a foreign country that does this and calls itself a democracy? So that's what's happening. In a sense, I agree that it's not about who's in the White House or who's Prime Minister of Israel. It's really about a broader restructuring and reorientation of the relationship and of Americans away from Israel.
Avital, how does Israel get over that issue? That if Americans are struggling, there's cost of living crises, there's a health issue that Julian was explaining. How does Israel justify the acceptance of the $3 billion in defense aid if Americans don't feel like that's a good use of their taxpayer money?
So let's put a few things here straight. First of all, Israel did not drag the U.S. into the war in Iran. The president of the U.S. denied it. Israeli officials denied it. So unless we're making something up, this was completely denied.
I'm talking about the perception of Americans that Israel. I think the buck stops with Donald Trump. I agree the buck stops with, but the perception amongst Americans is that Netanyahu dragged Trump into war.
Well, also, Secretary of State Marco Rubio literally said it at the outset of the war, and then Donald Trump said on Fox News over the weekend that that Prime Minister Netanyahu is trying to keep him involved by exaggerating nuclear threats at Pickaxe Mountain. I mean, it's been said at both bookends of the war. You're trying to say that it's just the idea that it's just a perception thing. I agree with you that all of Americans, many of the American population believes that that's the case, but we've also heard it from our leaders. And in the Trump White House that is massively pro-Israel and influenced by people like Miriam Adelson and Larry Ellison, huge donors to the Friends of the IDF.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Avital?
Yeah, so as for the aid, the $3 billion aid, at the end of the day, the aid goes back to the U.S. because these are products which Israel buys from American companies with American workers. But it's more than that. It's the Israeli technology, it's the know-how. One of the things that Israel learned, one of the major lessons that Israel learned after October 7, it was not only that specific attack. We found ourselves attacked in 7 fronts because October 7 is just the beginning, right? On October 8, Hezbollah attacked us. So, and that, of course, deteriorated to 7 fronts. And then Israel had a problem. The problem was that Israel does not manufacture a lot of its weapons. And who would have thought that we would need 3 years of fighting several fronts? So the Israeli government actually made a plan, and the plan is to gradually detach from receiving aid from the US and build factories for manufacturing different kinds of weapons inside Israel. Now, this is not a short process. This will take something like 10 years. But in the meantime, there's a lot of technology, plenty of technology that the US and Israel can use as R&D on different issues, which are mutual challenges, starting from cybersecurity, counter-drone technologies. As we've seen, the drones is one of the main tools which is being used in many fronts in the world. We see it. We saw it now in Egypt a few hours ago where a tanker was hit by a drone, but we see it in Ukraine for the past 4 years and other places as well. Missile defense, directed energy, biotechnology. These are all areas which Israel can contribute to the U.S. and, of course, work together in jointness for mutual interests.
Julian, do you see a mutual interest?
Of course not. The U.S. essentially. But I mean,
Avital does make a good point. They're spending money with U.S. companies. They're exchanging information, technology.
Yeah, as we've learned, what she's referencing there by spending and, in America is doing deals with American defense contractors. And as we've definitely seen throughout U.S. history, especially modern U.S. history, what's best for U.S. defense contractors is not what's best for the American people. When I say I want what's best for America, I'm not talking about I want what's best for the American government or I want what's best for corporate America. I'm talking about working class Americans on the ground who are struggling to live day to day. And it does not help for us to funnel all of our money into defense contractor companies, even if they're American defense contractor companies, to produce weapons to send over to Israel to commit a genocide when we don't have universal health care and Israel does, when we don't have universal public education all the way through college and Israel does. They are living the version of democratic socialism that Mayor Mamdani is trying to get in New York on our taxpayer dime. There is no mutual interest here except for the American defense contractors and the Israelis.
Let me just add that in the Middle East, the U.S., Julian, you say they have no interest, but the U.S. holds numerous amount of bases, and the bases need certain technologies to protect themselves, certain amount of intelligence. So what you're implying really is that the U.S. has, as the world #1 power, really has no interest to be present in the Middle East. Now, I think that's a huge mistake. As the world power, your country has many, many interests in the Middle East, starting from economic interests and many, many others as well. And in the Middle East, the most strategic ally for the U.S. in the past decades is no one else than Israel.
I will just push back on that a little bit because, Prime Minister Netanyahu was testifying up on Capitol Hill before the war in Iraq and said that the greatest thing for peace in the Middle East would be to oust Saddam Hussein. The U.S. goes in there and ousts Saddam Hussein. We get into a 10-year, 15-year conflict over there, 20 years in the case of Afghanistan. What sprung up in absence of Saddam Hussein was ISIS. Then they tell us that if we take out the Ayatollah in Iran, that it will lead to a swift regime change. It'll only be a few days. Prime Minister Netanyahu, as Jasmine said, has been wanting this for 40 years and has been testifying before Congress asking for it. We take out the Ayatollah and we get his son, who doesn't subscribe to the same religious fatwa against producing nuclear weapons as his father did. And now we have a more radical Iranian government, and now we're stuck in Iran. And as it relates to Prime Minister Netanyahu, which was the subject of the discussion to start off with, it's interesting to me that Avital brought up that Hezbollah was funded by the Iranians, but didn't speak about why Hamas sprung up. It's because Prime Minister Netanyahu facilitated their creation through a deal with Qatar. So I think that a lot of the talk about October 7th, we should say, hey, who's endangering the Israelis here and who's endangering the Americans here? It's the Israeli government that's increasingly hawkish, increasingly imperialist, and now genocidal.
Right. So Israel had only one prime minister since its foundation, and his name is Benjamin Netanyahu, because we had a lot of prime ministers, and each of them came from different policies. And yet, here we are with joint interests, with mutual values. Yes, the situation is not ideal right now, and I agree with Jasmine about that. But you can't blame everything on Netanyahu. You can't blame every American decision, official decision that was taken on a prime minister who was here for a certain period of time. But before Netanyahu, we had many other prime ministers. And I have to tell you again and again that it wasn't Israel's decision to launch this 44-day operation in Iran. Yes, for us, it's great. But would we believe that this would lead in a regime change? Of course not. And by the way, take Pete Hegseth's press briefing at the beginning of the Epic Fury. He never spoke about the regime change. He never spoke about Israel taking the U.S. to war. He spoke about getting rid of ballistic missiles. By the way, this was partially achieved because Iran is estimated to have right now something like 1,500 ballistic missiles. Before that, they had many thousands. He spoke about Iran never being nuclear. He spoke about eliminating the proxies. In no way, in any official briefings, did Hegseth or Rubio talk about eliminating the regime as the main goal. In Israel, yes, it was an aspiration, but it wasn't the goal.
Okay, I'm just going to bring us back to maybe if we focus less on Netanyahu and on the Israeli government itself. Yasmin, I want to ask you, doing the rounds on some prominent podcasts in these previous few weeks, we've seen the Vice President J.D. Vance publicly suggest that Israel, not as the Prime Minister, but as the government, wanted to continue this war. And he's also been critical of the broader and long-standing Israeli influence on American politics, maybe even aside from this current Israeli government. Do you think this is an indication that the next generation of potential Republican leaders are changing their view of the relationship, or do you think that this is a bipartisan, maybe Democrat and Republican way of thinking?
It's definitely a bipartisan way of thinking, Melinda, because, and you see it kind of if you look at J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, they hold two slightly different interpretations or visions, I would say, of the U.S.-Israel relationship, where Marco Rubio tends to be more traditionalist when it comes to that relationship. J.D. Vance certainly is representing a portion of the Republican Party that does not want to be beholden to a foreign government, does not want to use U.S. taxpayer money to fund wars that the U.S. shouldn't be a part of, and they just want to move forward from that. And that is also reflecting that public opinion that I was speaking about earlier, that is across the board amongst both Republicans and Democrats. So on the Republican side, it's not changing so much for the over 50 crowd, but under 50, you definitely see a huge shift away from Israel for all the reasons that we've discussed. I think also it's really important to just take a step back and look at, you know, Israel in the neighborhood, as you mentioned earlier in the, as we discussed earlier in the program. I know that there's a narrative, and whenever I talk to Israeli colleagues or we hear Israeli commentators on TV and they talk about, the war on 7 fronts and Israel didn't want this. I think what Americans see, but also what I have seen both through my work at the Pentagon during the Obama administration and as someone who constantly visits the region and is in touch with with people who live in the region, is that you have a government in Israel that sees war as a constant means to remain in power. Prime Minister Netanyahu needs conflict in order to remain in power. And this is not coming from me. I mean, look at the Israeli press, look at Israeli commentators, look at Netanyahu's own opponents and critics inside of Israel. So they see a country that has rejected every outstretched hand from regional countries around it. You have a government in Syria now that for the first time is saying, we do not want any problems with any of our neighbors. We do not want to start a war with Israel. We just want to rebuild. And they're talking about non-aggression pacts with Israel. In Lebanon, again, the first time you have a government that came in that is anti-Hezbollah, that is actually trying to work to get all of the arms in Hezbollah's hands under the state, and they are consistently being undermined by Israel. We talk about ceasefires. You've had a ceasefire in Gaza. How many people in Gaza have been killed since that ceasefire? Over 1,000. People still can't travel. Children are still unable to travel to get treatment for cancer. It is a miserable, traumatizing experience. And then, of course, you have the Israeli incursions in Lebanon and the defense minister bragging about 24 Lebanese villages that have been just, poof, destroyed. So you have to see it from that perspective, too, is that it just doesn't resonate when you say that Israel didn't want any of this and didn't start any of this. The Arab Peace Initiative was first offered to Israel in 2002, full normalization, and was reiterated at the UN by the Jordanian Foreign Minister Ayman al-Safadi just 2 years ago. Again, saying, we have offered you this. We will guarantee your security. If you are to come to the table, talk about a pathway to a Palestinian state, we will guarantee your security. So it's hard to look at all of that and believe, a narrative that says we don't want any of these conflicts.
Jasmine, as I'm listening to you and hearing what you're saying, one thing is very clear. The responsibility lies only in one place, on Israel. All the actors
not at all.
are not responsible. Not at all. Because let's go example by example, and I'm following your examples. Lebanon, okay? Israel agreed. Israel signed a ceasefire, by the way, not for the first time, for the third time. The first one was in 1983. What happened? Lebanon canceled the ceasefire agreement because of Syria. And then November 2024. And then what happened? Again, the Lebanese army wasn't able to arrest even one Hezbollah person or pull out weapons. Now, I'm hoping, and I have to say, that I personally wrote an op-ed with a Lebanese friend from Lebanon, hoping for this peace to succeed. But the responsibility does not lie on Israel, because that village, for example, that Israel pulled out from last week, Zatar el-Garbiya, do you know who entered that village earlier this week? The Islamic Health Organization, which is an organization operated by Hezbollah. So Israel is there, willing to see that, the Lebanese army, and of course, I value what the Lebanese prime minister, president, and foreign minister says, but the implementation is on the Lebanese government, not on the Israeli government.
Okay, Avital, I'm just going to interrupt you briefly because we need to get through a bit more. I want to give you the right of reply, but we just aren't going to have time to go through each one of Yasmin's examples. Maybe if in a general sense you can address the broader issue of the discussion about whether Israeli authorities are cognizant of the shift in public opinion from their American allies. Do they acknowledge that, or do they think that it is not something that is real and tangible? Is it just something that's getting traction in the media?
Yes, this is highly acknowledgeable. There's no question about it. This is something that is being discussed in the ministries. However, we are a very vibrant democracy, and we have here 14 parties, and each of the parties represent a different narrative. It's very difficult to understand the Israeli politics. For example, a politician like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, which both of them represent something like 300,000 people in terms of number of seats they have in the Knesset. When we are a country of 10 million, they represent a very specific and small voice, but yet often their statements make it to the spotlight. So there are a lot of challenges, with being a democracy, with so many different opinions in the government. But definitely, this is something that would be their U.S.-Israel relations. It's a critical and important issue, and this will be a top priority for the next government that will be hopefully elected in the end of October.
It's going to be an interesting election for sure. OK, I'm going to move us on to our next section so we can get through these topics before we run out of time. Netanyahu's visit also came just a week after the US Senate narrowly approved a controversial provision in the 2027 National Defence Authorization Act. Section 219 essentially paves the way for the merging of the Israeli and US militaries, particularly on issues related to intelligence and technology sharing, a move that has prompted some outrage on both the left and the right. Julian, are those concerns overblown? Isn't there a benefit in the sharing of information and technology?
If it was sharing information and technology on a circumstantial basis in which the U.S. had a case-by-case ability to make a decision about whether it was in our best interest, perhaps after Israel had, essentially answered for its genocide and answered for its imperialist instincts to try and take over all these countries and say that Turkey is next and say that Qatar is actually an enemy, which is what Naftali Bennett said. I mean, they're just going through all of these different countries that they're expanding out to. But that's not what this bill does. And I will say one thing, which is that you said that the Senate passed it. The House passed it.
Sorry.
The Senate still has.
Yes, my apologies there, of course. Yes, that is still to come.
Yes, yes.
Discussion.
So the Senate hasn't passed the NDAA yet, and so they can go through and strip out provisions that are not, that they don't like, essentially. And I was talking to a Republican senator named Bernie Moreno, who's quite pro-Israel, and he told me he's not in favor of integrating the U.S. and Israeli militaries with Section 219. And the reason why he said that, as somebody who's pro-Israel and as somebody who, in his own words, supports Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state and to defend itself, is because what this does essentially is it directs the Secretary of Defense, or Secretary of War now, to appoint an executive agent at the Pentagon, one person, who then streamlines the process of sharing all defense technology and all supply chain coordination with Israel. It's an unprecedented link that they're making. No other ally that we have has this level of cooperation. And the reason why they're actually doing it is because they notice, as Avital said, the declining public opinion within the American electorate, and they know that in 5 to 10 years from now, they're not going to be able to get Israeli aid through in the appropriations process as a supplemental, because the American people will vote out any members who do. There's a massive push to get money out of politics in the United States, and one of the biggest reasons why Israel continues to get $3 billion of aid a year from the U.S. government is because of the Israel lobby and AIPAC. And if they're able to get money out of politics and they're not able to pay legalized bribes to 90% of our Congress, then they likely won't be able to get annual sort of welfare checks from the U.S. Government. And this process would essentially make it behind a closed door. They would say, oh, we're weaning. That's what Avital said. She said, we're weaning off of the support. It's a talking point that came straight from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's mouth. He said, we've grown of age. And I told Lindsey Graham and I told President Trump that we can fight on our own now and we don't need your help. So we're going to wane off of the support. We're big boys now. We're grown up, Dad. And what they're actually doing is they're taking it behind closed doors, and they're going to make it impossible for the American people to enact their democratic right to redirect their taxpayer dollars back into their communities for things that will actually save their lives.
All right, Avital, obviously I'm going to give you the right of reply here, but before we do, because Yasmin, I know with your Pentagon expertise, give me your sense of what the concerns are here, and is it that it's being taken behind closed doors, or is it that it should be perhaps more formalised in an act like this? If it's formalised, doesn't that make it more transparent?
Well, I mean, this is, to echo something Julian said, something that is really unprecedented. We don't have any other country that gets this level of institutionalized integration into our military and technological systems. And that is a huge cause for concern in a lot of ways. One of them, Julian already mentioned, because it takes away people's right to decide and to vote and to make a decision on how their military operates and how their military cooperates with other countries. So you can be a senator or a congressman, you can vote all you want if this is instituted. You can vote all you want for, U.S. aid to Israel to be stopped, and you can make a political point by saying that. But if this integration of the two militaries actually takes place, then that wouldn't really mean much. So it's concerning in that sense. But it's also really concerning, I guess I'll bring up a point that hasn't been made before, in that Israel is one of the countries, and this has been publicly reported on many times, that spies on America and Americans, just like Russia does, just like China does. And that is a cause for huge concern, especially when it comes to access to our most sensitive technologies. You don't want to have that risk of operational security having a foreign military. And you know what? I would say this about any other military, to be honest with you, that no other military should be integrated to this level with ours. It's a huge operational security risk, and particularly given Israel's history with how it operates in the United States, its closest ally. I see huge reason for concern, and that's why a lot of the critics of this deal are concerned as well. I'll mention one last thing very briefly, Melinda, is that this comes at a point when people all over the world are really concerned about the impact that technology is playing in warfare and how technology has been used, taking away that human agency and that human oversight. We saw it with the death of over 150 Iranian schoolgirls in Minab. The first day of the war, that was because of technology and warfare. And the more that happens, and then you integrate it with another country where we don't have control over their oversight mechanisms, it's just a recipe for disaster.
Okay. Avital, give us your point of view. If Israel is saying that it is ready to wean off US military support, why does it need this level of integration within the Defence Act?
So first of all, a few things just to put the information in a more accurate way. The fact that there was a New York Times article about an Israel which is spying does not make it accurate or true in any way. And this
it wasn't
was
a New York Times article. I'm
not talking about articles.
It was the Defense Intelligence Agency. It was the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency. It was the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency that listed Israel as a critical level threat, the highest level within the Pentagon, on par with all of our top adversaries, including Russia and China. This is in the Trump administration under Pete Hegseth. It's not the New York Times.
If that was true and the Israel was a threat to the U.S., then obviously we would not see this kind of coordination, which we see now. And basically, you're right, Julian, to talk about the agent. Now, what does the role of the agent under this agreement does? Basically, we're talking about an agent that will be responsible for coordinating joint research, development, testing, evaluation of defense technology. We're talking about an agent that will deal with improving the coordination between the U.S. and the Israeli defense industries. We're talking about an agent that will strengthen cooperation on missile defense, counter-drone systems, a lot of other systems as well. And also, we are talking about an agent that will identify opportunities to accelerate the adoption of innovative technologies that benefit both countries. Look, you mentioned rightly, Jasmine, that technology is progressing and advancing. Now, it will not help us, talk about it and not get ready for technology, for technological challenges. And that's exactly the point of this agreement. It has nothing to do about merging. There will be no merging of armies. And let me break out some news for you. No country in the world reveals the entire knowledge of its technology capabilities to another country. Doesn't matter how close that ally is. So don't worry about that. But I do see a lot of relevance to the US, a lot of contribution to the US technologies by the Israeli know-how, but also to US security industries here. So I think we need to put it in the right proportion. At the end of the day, this kind of bill is actually coordination. This has nothing to do with increasing the assistance. This is just a mechanism of coordination and enhancing that coordination for the benefit of both countries.
But
Melinda,
Avital, sorry, Julian, just to say the problem is the timing and the fact that not just that all of the points that we raised. It's about the fact that these decisions are being taken at the very same time that Americans are saying they want the exact opposite. So this is really about a bigger issue of American people's agency and what they want, what they're voting for, what they've indicated that they want to see in terms of changes to their own country, their sovereignty, their future. And that is not being reflected in their government.
I agree. That's an internal American issue, but from my perspective,
I'm sorry, but that's just not true.
Internal American issues. But I do want to say how this kind of coordination mechanism will actually help the two countries. But I understand the internal American challenges within the American society, within the American priorities. I understand that. But overall, if you zoom out and you look at the needs of both countries and the mutual interests, this is something which is, at the end of the day, beneficial for both countries.
Julian,
Melinda,
how is it not an internal issue? If it's being voted on by US elected officials, how is this Israel's problem?
Yeah, because the Israeli lobby coordinates highly with the Israeli government. Anytime a member of Congress votes against the interests of the Israeli government, the Israel lobby spends tens of millions of dollars against them in their primaries. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, the Israel lobby has given to 505 out of 538 sitting members of Congress, 95% of Congress. They've captured our government, these interests. And I just can't believe that we would, it strikes me as naive to say, oh, well, that's an internal American democratic issue and there's no other forces outside that are pressuring or influencing it. Of course there are. Money in politics is the biggest issue today. And it's not just Israel. It's big pharma, big oil, big tech that are spending on behalf of these interests that are directly detrimental to the American people. And one of those interests is coordinating with a genocidal imperialist government that is killing civilians en masse. They have the highest civilian to combatant death ratio in modern history. The Israelis are not sparing any lives just because they're not combatants. They're taking this writ large approach to just flatten everything. And we've heard it from their government officials in multiple parties. It's not just Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. They're saying it out loud in Hebrew. Then when they come on to American shows or other shows internationally, they speak in English and tell an entirely different story. Just go listen to the interviews that Israeli government officials do in Hebrew when they're talking to other Israelis, how much they drum up support for these genocidal acts. And that is why it's not just an American issue. It's because they're paying legalized bribes to our Congress to enact this legislation that hands out welfare checks to them to commit atrocities on a mass scale and ruin the American reputation in the world.
Okay, we've only...
Julian, the nice thing about terror organizations is that they speak openly and publicly about their intentions. And then every week there is a new billboard sign in the Palestine Square in Tehran, which has different messages for the world, like kill Trump or murder Israel or other things like that. And the same goes for Hezbollah, the same goes for Hamas. So how does that fit, these crazy jihadistic ideologies? How do these fit in this neighborhood when we need to defend ourselves. Because, you know, Julian, when was the first rocket that
all right, we're almost out of time. So, Avital, I want you to be able to respond directly to what Julian was saying, because we're almost out of time. He was saying that this is not an internal American issue because of the amount of lobbying and money that is given to US politicians. Your direct response to that, for point of balance, before we wrap up.
It's an anti-Semite reflection, like many of the previous anti-Semite reflection about genocide and things like that. Very unfortunate.
I would be the only anti-Semite to have been bar mitzvahed. I would be the only anti-Semite to have been bar mitzvahed in 2017.
Okay, all right, Julian, I just need to let Avital respond. Then, Yasmin, we'll bring it to you because we're almost out of time. Avital, just to finish your point.
To finish my point, I wish we could live here in peace. Unfortunately, the neighborhood is not thinking the same way. And the most critical thing for us is to protect ourselves. So sitting 6,000 miles away is very difficult to understand the situation, even coming for visits from time to time, because sitting here in shelters for 3 years and having people around you, which you know, being killed by ballistic missiles, this is something that I don't wish to any of my enemies. But having said that, it's obvious that the solution is not military. The military is only the tactic. The solution will be a diplomatic one, and I hope we will reach it in all fronts, in Lebanon, Syria, in Iran, other places. And I'm also hopeful that the Abraham Accords will be expanded, because the model of the Abraham Accords, which will be marking in September 6 years, is a very successful and significant one.
Okay. All right. I'm just being told that we don't have time. We need. I'm sorry, Yasmin, I don't have time to come to you. We have to get this wrapped up. I really appreciate your diverse opinions. Avital Leibovich, thank you for being here. Julian Andrioni and Yasmin Al-Jamal, thanks so much for being on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode. Of course, you can follow us on YouTube and across X and TikTok. Thanks for watching Counterpoints. We'll see you next time.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade. Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, just a few miles from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade. Although islands and ports in other African regions were dedicated to the same purpose, Gori remains the most famous for what its small area preserved of the horrors and degradation of human dignity. One of the most famous landmarks on the island is the House of Slaves, where thousands of Africans were crammed into its dungeons over 4 centuries in preparation for shipping them by sea to America. Before export, the prominent selection was made based on weight and physical strength. Those weighing less than 60 kilograms were directed to African markets, and kept as servants on the island. The curator of the House of Slaves takes visitors on a tour during visiting days and explains how the slave trade was managed over the 4 centuries.
Les Portugais avaient été les premiers Européens à prendre possession.
The Portuguese were the first Europeans to take possession of Gorée Island. That was in 1444. For a very long time, this island was at the center of rivalries between European nations that fought for its occupation. The House of Slaves, where we are today, crystallizes all the memories of the slave trade. And further along, at the corner but to the left, you will see the children's cell. It had the highest mortality rate, a small cell, but with a corridor leading to the back. They were laid directly on the ground, bare-chested, packed like sardines in a can. But once inside, what is peculiar are the windows, all shaped like loopholes, wide on the inside, but narrowing as you move towards the exit. While in the very last corridor on the right and left were the guards. But guards that could have easily been dispensed with. Well, the enslaved individuals were inevitably chained together by the ankles, 2 by 2. Even in the middle of the chain, a 10.3 kilogram iron ball had been attached, to tell you that each time one of them tried to escape by jumping into the sea. He coached the second. Because of the ball, they sank and drowned. In the absence of any doctor, and especially due to the fear of epidemics, the sick were thrown into the sea. The truth is that on this small island of Gorée, an island measuring 900 meters by 300 at the height of the slave trade, there were more than 20 houses like this one.
The pink building in the background is the House of Slaves and the infamous door of no return, from which, over 4 centuries, 1 million African slaves left to become the engine of production across the Atlantic. However, in reality, the House of Slaves is not one. Every house on the small island was a house for slave owners and also witnessed the horrors committed against humanity during the slave trade period on this island. A Senegalese citizen inherited from her family a house overlooking the beach, from her grandfather, who came from Guadeloupe to work as a signal operator with the slave traders. She lives today without any complex about her grandfather's past working with the whites. We accompanied her to the house that has become a reminder of the family whose members are now scattered. In European immigration,
like my great-grandfather, who was a station chief, so he worked with the whites because he spoke French, so he was the one who conveyed the message. So he was the post chief, he was the one who carried the messages. That's why we lived here during the time of slavery. So it was my grandmother who told us about him. So he explained to us what he did there. So he told us to hold our heads high because we are not slaves. Lived here, but we are not slaves, you see.
These were nations that had agreed, obviously, to undertake this slave trade. Therefore, well, the acceptance by all. I mean not the protagonists, but those who organized this trade. Was the understanding they had that was put forward. It was to consider the slaves not as human beings, but rather as objects, furniture. So there was no respect. But what should also be remembered is that most of the houses, at least concerning Gorée, most of the houses were built for women. The women called Signor, Signor from Signora. Madam, these women who originally here could very well have been black. It must be admitted that they became mixed over time due to their relations with Europeans. Obviously, these women, well, they witnessed or allowed the existence of two types of slaves. There were domestic slaves who, because they were the property of the woman, were not destined to be sold and sent to the Americas. These domestic slaves, well, were the property of the woman, and because they were her property, she was able, at that time, to rent them out for public or private work, but for her own benefit.
Many visitors visited Goree Island in recognition of the horrors committed there, and as an expression of human solidarity, even for ordinary tourists and many visitors. A visit to Senegal is not complete without passing through Goree, where the tourist boats from Dakar Beach do not stop all day.
The descendants of the victims, as well as those interested in this history, which should only be considered as an integral part of the world's history. Obviously, people come from everywhere to remember what happened. There are others who come simply because, having heard about this history, they wanted to experience a bit of what the slaves went through. But also, there are undoubtedly historians who, in the course of their research, need this to know more. But it is only when this history is better known and considered by everyone as an integral part of the world's history that we can move together towards forgiveness and reconciliation.
It is one of the most prominent tourist destinations in Senegal, although it is the smallest municipality. The people of the island do not accept that this small area becomes a complex for them, in their view, and so they proudly say, it is a continent for spreading tolerance and the values of human brotherhood. Muslim imam and a Catholic priest stroll through the island's corridors. A familiar scene that does not attract the attention of the island's residents, where people of different religions and ethnicities live together in rare harmony and coexistence.
Here in Goree, harmonious relations prevail between Christians and Muslims. We hope to spread this peaceful coexistence throughout the world. God alone is the judge. And as humans we have the responsibility to spread peace. Our role is to convey the message of the Holy Quran and the hadiths of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and to condemn any acts of violence committed in the name of religion. No rational person can attack places of worship, which are places of prayer, tranquility, and contemplation.
The limits of tolerance among the residents of the island do not stop here. The former Imam of Goree, Sheikh Tidiane, was buried in the Catholic cemetery in the suburbs of Dakar, according to his will to be buried among his Christian friends.
Goree Island is a rare example of peaceful coexistence, where Muslims, Christians, and other communities live in complete harmony. Therefore, it is not surprising to see a deceased Muslim buried in a Christian cemetery.
This highlights the importance of Goree Island's history, not only in relation to the slave trade, but also to colonization. From my perspective, there was no Muslim or Christian slave trade. The trade in black people, the slave trade, was organized by individuals, as most revealed religions. In any case, the known revealed religions had prohibited the practice of slavery,
which lasted more than a century, during which the island was under French administration, to return to Senegalese sovereignty after more than 5 centuries. Our guide takes us to the most prominent landmarks of the island across the 3 eras. The era of the slave trade, the colonial era, and the stage of Senegalese national sovereignty.
Derrière moi se trouve l'un des bâtiments les plus emblématiques de l'île de Gorée.
One of the most iconic buildings on Gorée Island is the former governor's palace from 1880. This building is currently unoccupied. However, due to its historical significance, with its courtyard and panoramic view of Dakar, it has been the venue for various community cultural events, like the Gorée Diaspora Festival. So, this building is part of the colonial heritage. After the abolition of slavery, colonization took place. After gaining independence, we inherited these buildings and infrastructures. We are at the place of freedom and human dignity. Right next to it is the Historical Museum. Before it became a historical museum, it was the old Fort d'Estrée. Even before that, after the colonial administration, it was a detention center, which means a prison. The famous activist Blondin Diop was imprisoned there. And he died in those prisons. This shows that Gorée's history didn't start only with the naming of European places, where we are now, which has always intrigued its visitors. And this reflects the entire island of Gorée, as it's often said that in Gorée, every alley, every small window, every house has its own story. Gorée is a shared heritage for all. All the countries in the world have the right to have their name here in Gorée, due to this classification. It is quite normal for Gorée to play a role in this world. And that role should be one of reconciliation and forgiveness. Indeed, reconciliation and forgiveness should lead the way. Which is why this place now symbolizes those words, to say freedom and to say let's respect human dignity. And on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of the abolition of slavery, our Guadeloupean brothers gifted us this statue you see behind me, which symbolizes freedom. So those who are used to visiting Gorée knew that this statue was previously placed before the House of Slaves. Now, for the sake of coherence, this statue, after establishing this place, the place of freedom and human dignity, it was decided to install this statue that symbolizes human freedom.
Today, the men of Gorée, like all men of Senegalese coastal towns and villages, live from fishing. They ride the sea freely, with no authority over them except the law, while the women of the island work in trade, taking advantage of the tourist features to sell handicrafts and African clothing.
Now, there are many vendors and fewer tourists. So we try to manage. Now, we go to Dakar to find tourists and bring them back to the island. Every boat has variety. There are girls who come to sell on Gorée Island, who come to Dakar, who come to the island Pau Grande. So with every boat, we can go see the boat to find clients and organize the places we are. So there are many men who fish. And we make wax fabrics with dyeing. There are days it works, there are days it doesn't. But we manage because we've been living with this for a long time. We work on this. With the money we earn, we pay for our children's school. We pay for retirement and water at home too. We help others, our family too.
Gorée remains a tangible witness to the horrors of the slave trade era, which represented a stain of shame on the forehead of humanity, and at the same time, a proof of ability to overcome its dark past and build a future characterized by tolerance and the embodiment of its values.
Sir Tim, thank you so much for being with us. It's great to have you at the Farnborough International Air Show. Have you had to make any changes in your decision making? Has there been any tangible impact on your bottom line or profitability, or have you been able to mitigate it in other ways?
Well, we in the first quarter, we had planned that this was probably going to go on a bit longer than we thought. I'm very pleased to say that we are cash positive, we are profitable. Perhaps not to levels that we would have had in the previous year, but hey ho, if we get through even and a break even plus, I'd be quite happy. I'm sure the shareholder would be quite happy, but we're going beyond that already. So at the moment, the company is in good shape. It's doing really well, surprisingly, given that this is going on longer than the first 3 months of the first quarter of our financial year. And if we can get through that, I should think that we'll be in a good place. We're not changing any of our plans, don't get me wrong. The government is continuing to build the airport in Dubai South. We are continuing with our orders. We have over 350 aircraft on order. It's about $150 billion worth of kit coming in. We're going through the major retrofit program, which is, we've done our 100th aircraft now. We've got about another 120 to do. So all this is going on, and we have no intention of slowing up or stopping.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about a couple of those issues, but firstly with the deliveries, can you just tell us a little bit about any of the supply chain constraints that you experienced, be it with Boeing or Airbus? Where are we at right now, and what are you expecting in the near to medium term?
Well, in terms of the major OEMs and the aircraft coming in, we have 24 350s, one of which is here in Farnborough today. The one's just come out. We have another 49 of those on order. They're streaming into us during the course of this year and next year. The 777 hopefully will come in the second quarter of next year, calendar. The aircraft will be ready for us to view with everything in, all our seats and galleys and all the other bits and pieces that we're putting out. We're not telling you what they are at the moment, in November. So I'm hoping that we will pick this all up and carry on. As far as the supply chain is concerned, they continue to be a problem child. They're getting better. But as you know, we've decided to take control of a lot of that stuff, not all of it, and start building factories in Dubai to take the capability away from some of those people who are giving us a problem, and doing it ourselves. So there's more of that coming down the line. But in the end, we're airline managers. We're not here to build aeroplanes or build the parts for them. But if they don't do it properly, we'll have to do it for them.
And do you anticipate this kind of initiative perhaps also growing the local aviation industry in terms of manufacturing aircraft in the Emirates?
To the last point, manufacturing aircraft is a bit of a stretch. But in terms of improving and enhancing and growing the aerospace industry for not just the local carriers such as ourselves, Fly Dubai or whatever, but for the industry, there is a golden opportunity here. All the factors of production, land, labour, capital are there. The government of Dubai is very, very interested in investing in this kind of thing. It's a huge wealth creator. It's a huge job creator. So the wealth that's coming out of what we will eventually get done is huge. We're building a huge MRO, one of the biggest in the world, maintenance repair organisation. This is not because we want to do it for nothing else to do. It's because we need it, and we need to take control of one of the things that are giving us a problem at the moment. The supplier community outside Dubai, all the people are very, very interested in what we're doing, and many of them are stepping up now and getting involved, building factories, wanting to see how they can expand their incumbent operation at the moment. So it's a golden opportunity, and because aerospace is such a sort of mega-trillion operation, you get a piece of that, and I see no reason why Dubai couldn't do that. When I look around all the other countries that have got involved, and they're not doing a very good job, I'm afraid to say, hence where Dubai has it on a plate, if we're smart about how we do it.
You've recently announced new routes to some African countries like Accra and Ghana, also Cape Town. You've added larger aircraft for a number of destinations like Sri Lanka, Thailand, New Delhi, adding new routes, etc. Is that where you see growth coming from, Africa and Asia? Where is growth coming from where you're sitting?
Well, obviously, as far as we're concerned, the African part of things is pretty underserved. And obviously Asia. But listen, in our plans going forward, which I'm not going to disclose what we're doing, the whole planet is under the sort of eye of our planners. So many more in America, lots more in South America, North America, South America, Europe, Asia, of course. Africa is sitting there ready to go for us at the moment. We're just a bit short of aeroplanes. That's the problem. Once we get those in, and Fly Dubai is also very interested in moving, I think it's got its 787s coming, there'll be a lot more capacity coming out of Dubai into these markets.
I wanted to ask a final question about the cargo industry as well. You've recently launched or begun using the Boeing 777-300 special freighter. I wondered, given all the conversations we're having about the difficulty of moving goods from one place to the other with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the unreliability of other routes, do you see cargo as a growth area for you? Is it something that we might see more of in the future?
Well, it's already excelling. It's well beyond the targets we placed on it. It's no coincidence that with the ERF that you've just made mention of, we have a plan to take up to 20 of those, plus the existing freighters that we have on order, and a few more to come from Boeing, to grow the cargo business. Now, along comes the difficulties that we're facing at the moment. But prior to that, the growth in e-commerce was so large and moving at such a pace that a lot of these, this new freighter we've just converted has a 100-ton capability, but a lot of that will be e-commerce, smaller packages and all the other bits and pieces. It's a growing market, and everybody's getting involved in it. So, and then we get the situation where there are some issues with regard to shipping maritime. Obviously, that's causing a spike in what we can do for them. So that helps. But in the end, you've got to assume that these kind of choke points will go, that maritime will restore to its normal situation, and that the air cargo business will grow because it was growing anyway and leaps and bounds. So I don't bank this spike as something that's going on forever. I look at it as short term, but in the end, we'll get back to equilibrium. Maritime will sort itself out. The airline community will grow its cargo business simply because just in time will come back into the mix in terms of production plants, whether it be in the Ruhr, whether it be in South Africa or even Dubai.
Thank you for being with us.
The people of Milana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-colored. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. President Trump criticizes NATO as the alliance's summit gets underway in Turkey. The US has conducted more strikes against Iran in response to the attack on US military bases in Jordan. CENTCOM says it fired at dozens of IRGC targets, which Iranian media says has killed 3 people. Meanwhile, Pakistan, who have acted as mediators, continue their attempts to bring the US and Iran back to the table. Take a listen.
We are doing utmost to bring the parties back to the Islamabad MOU so that all irritants can be removed in the light of the spirit of the Islamabad MOU and the Pakistan-Qatar joint statement. We encourage the parties to exercise maximum restraint and fully adhere to their commitment to resume technical level talks for the implementation of the Islamabad MOU in line with Pakistan-Qatar joint statement of.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Olympian and broadcaster Samantha Murray and Shane McGinley, news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight. Shane and Samantha, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. Samantha, let's actually start with you because we've seen more US strikes on Iran, and these strikes and attacks from both sides that we're seeing, it feels like an escalation. Do you think that the conflict could end anytime soon? Where are we right now?
Yeah, thanks for having me back on the show, Leigh Ann. That's right, it feels like this conflict is broadening. This is now 153 in the war US-Iran. And what we've seen over this week is different parts of the region being targeted by Iran, Iranian-backed militia. And then came the US response last night, which the US claims was quite devastating, quite short in time, and we've heard of human loss caught up in this on Kashmir Island, a 2-year-old dying and the parents as well. But it's interesting how this has evolved throughout the week, where we've had the strikes from Iran on Jordan, and then earlier in the week we had the Houthis in Yemen getting involved with the Bab el-Mandeb Straits. The escalation in Egypt, and then we've had constant attacks in Kuwait and Bahrain, and then the US retaliation itself in Iraq with Iranian-backed military there, and then finally, just last night, to Iran itself. So it feels like it's almost continued, broadened, gone full circle, and incorporated everybody in this region right now. And taking a step out from this, we have to wonder what this game is for at the moment. Is there an end in sight, or is this about a political power of keeping the war going on both sides? And where in this can there be diplomacy? We know Saudi Arabia joined forces with the US this week, but they have urged for de-escalation and diplomacy. Prince Khalid bin Salman visited Washington shortly after those attacks and reaffirmed Saudi's position as a peaceful one and wanting diplomacy for the region. And that's certainly what we all hope for, but it's uncertain at this point. We don't know really where this is going to go and what the next attack will be. What we do know is that Iran is suffering at home. The Iranian people, Iranian resources, life is difficult for people in Iran. Their strategic setup here of going for the US bases around the region, perhaps now it's backfiring on them, as Saudi Arabia has stood up and actually got involved with this conflict in a military perspective. So we're waiting right now to see how it's going to unfold and who's going to make the next move.
And this is the difficult thing. It's very difficult to read at the moment, as you say, because things do appear to be broadening across the region. And let's talk a little bit about this, actually, Shane, because obviously we saw those attacks by the US on Iran. But many analysts that I've spoken to are saying, actually, those US attacks on Iran are proportionate at the moment. They're not going into full escalation. It was 2 hours of attacks. It was targeted strikes to degrade Iran's military capability, which they've said time and time again. And then when we have a look at Iran, they're striking back US bases in the region. So right now it feels like everyone's doing it in a contained manner, even though it is spreading regionally. It doesn't appear to be full escalation. Israel is not involved on the US side.
Yeah, I think, you know, that's a fair comment, but I think Pakistan's comments as well, and you showed a clip of it just a few minutes ago when they're saying about they're trying to revive the negotiations. And I can see why they stumbled, because a lot of the fundamental issues have not been addressed. You know, the nuclear power, the Straits of Hormuz, you know, all of these proxies. If anything, I would say it's gotten worse, because we've gone from one strait being blocked to the Red Sea. And I think the most worrying development in the last few days has been this strike on Egyptian territory, because Reuters was reporting how the concern is that this will escalate to potential attacks on the Suez Canal, which then would be a third energy pathway which would be threatened. And I think the staggering thing is that the oil price has barely moved, and I think traders have just become sort of immune, and you know, all of these sort of crises are sort of just wash off their backs like a duck. But I think the reason I am not as optimistic to you, which is quite rare when we've been chatting over the months, is there was a piece in the Wall Street Journal talking about how the US Central Command was preparing 2 weeks of an air campaign in Iran, and that was building up on, and it does feel as if that is sort of slowly moving towards that goal. But the only saving grace, I think, if we were to look for any kind of piece of optimism, is the fact that the Saudi delegation was in Washington, and I think they've been on the record as saying that they want to de-escalate what is happening. So, I'm not as optimistic as I would normally be, and because there's just been no movement on the fundamental issues, and the geography of the war is expanding almost by day, it feels like.
And we'll pick that up with you, Sam, but actually the Prime Minister of Egypt says that they have secured alternatives to cover energy demands after attack on gas vessel. And as Shane just pointed to that is indeed the Suez Canal. And we've seen the Strait of Hormuz, Bab el-Mandeb, and potentially the Suez Canal. And I guess one thing that this region cares about, the Gulf region, is how much oil and gas they can export out of the country. And this is something that's fundamental to economies here. Yeah,
this is a war of economy right now, and Iran knows it, and that's their play on the chessboard. That's what they're going from the beginning with this. When you zoom out, you think, well, America has the military might. Why can't they take control of this? As Trump arrived with such optimism and said this was going to be very, very quick at the beginning, and take over the Iranian regime for the people and for the region. It was going to be a safer world. It feels very different today. Could this be a different kind of war, a war of taking time, playing a political game, and Iran thinking, actually, if we can keep nudging this along, it's less advantageous for Trump. If we can sustain this war and keep going with our strategy points, yes, we're upsetting our neighbours, and we're not doing ourselves any favour in terms of our ideology and probably long-term diplomacy. But if we can nudge this closer to the midterms for Trump, it's going to be worse for him than it is for us. And meanwhile, the neighbours here are having to think, well, where are we going to sit with this? Because everyone here just wants regional stability. Saudi Arabia, I came here as an expat on the hopes of transformation, optimism, opportunity, and it's such a wonderful place to be right now. And Saudi wants de-escalation and return to normal life in safety, especially for tourism, when we think of the flight routes that are opening up now from Riyadh, and everyone wants to get this thing going, and all the things that we're looking forward to happening here in the region. We've already seen the esports World Championships be relocated because of this conflict. Meanwhile, Iran, it seems, wants it to trickle on by.
And I think that's a really valid point because, of course, the midterm elections coming up in November for President Donald Trump. And I think Iran thinks as long as we can spread this war regionally, it will hurt Donald Trump at the ballot box and he could potentially lose the House. And then it will become more and more difficult to keep on funding the war with Iran. But thank you so much.
And then what happens with the nuclear deal? Because then if the House of Representatives changes in its balance, is there going to be this big importance on a nuclear deal and reassigning that?
Yeah, there's so many unanswered questions to come, and I think Donald Trump's in that situation where he's looking for an off-ramp desperately, but not possibly getting it at the moment. Thank you for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. Europe is battling another wave of devastating wildfires as soaring temperatures and prolonged droughts fuel blazes across France, Spain and Greece. Thousands of people have been forced to evacuate, including Hollywood stars George and Amal Clooney, who have left their home in southern France. Meanwhile, in the UK, a major incident has been declared after a large wildfire broke out on the Suffolk coast, with officials warning these extreme conditions could become the country's new normal. Shane, let's start with you, because these wildfires aren't going anywhere. If anything, they seem to be getting worse. What's been done to try to stop these?
Well, I don't mean to be like Mr. Doomsday today, but unfortunately that is what's happening in the news. And yeah, so the EU has said that this is the biggest firefighting operation in its history. And if you look at the numbers, it's just staggering. In France and Spain alone, I think about a third of a million people have had to be evacuated from their homes. You know, we've seen sort of toxic smoke clouds being released. We've seen sort of farmland and forestry being destroyed. But I think the worrying thing is that we keep hitting all of these record temperatures, but August is always the hottest in a lot of these locations. So that's yet to come in a couple of days. So that could potentially be even hotter. And, even Emmanuel Macron, the French president, had said that this is the worst incident, or the toughest situation that France has ever faced since the Second World War. So he's not, taking this very lightly at all. So I kind of generally think, there's a lot of effort going in to fix this, but it's making the headlines because it's becoming a lot more frequent, and it's not something that's going to go away. And I think with COP coming up in Turkey in November, it's going to become a lot more of a pertinent issue that these governments will need to address. But the problem is that it's coming at a time when a lot of governments don't have any excess money to be able to dedicate to it.
Yes, indeed. And actually, I did see a little bit earlier an official from France said it's the first somewhat optimistic day in southwest France since the outbreak of the fire. So there seems to be a little bit of reprieve today, but how long that will last for, of course, we don't know. But Samantha, are the summer's fires further evidence that now Europe is going through this real difficult climate reality? Because a lot of people saying it's the continent that's heating the fastest in the world. And what can we really do about it?
Well, that's the thing. And we've heard about climate change for decades now. And I'm not a weather expert and I don't live in terms of, what's going on in the weather, but I've recognised that my country, the United Kingdom, has got a lot hotter over the years. And I've watched all the documentaries and felt really sorry for the polar bears who are losing their environment to live, and the drop in numbers of certain animals and parts of the world that are supposedly going to be covered in oceans within X amount of years. And now it just feels like it's coming very close to home. Never would I have imagined seeing in Great Britain, Dulwich Heath, you know, on the news that wildfires are coming. It's really crept up on us. And what actually has happened with all of these COP summits, what's been achieved, what's been put in place. There are arguments to say that a lot's changed and there are a lot of renewable energies now, and we're not focusing so much on fossil fuels, but evidently we are, and climate change is really in motion. I don't hear, though, about strategies, you know, what to do if your house catches fire. We just think, oh, we'll call the fire brigade. It feels like people from a country that's typically quite mild in weather, like the UK, we don't have practical ways of living in such conditions. So there needs to be better education from governments about what to do and what not to do. It's really tempting when it's a beautiful summer's day after a really wet winter in the UK to enjoy, go outside, friends and family, and start a little barbecue and start cooking some you know, chicken, that sort of thing with your friends. Everybody wants to do this, but it can accentuate the fire and take it completely out of control. What scientists are saying is that wildfires are quite a normal thing. They do happen every year, especially in the southern Mediterranean. But climate change just accentuates the conditions and makes it a lot harder to control them, because they are hotter and they burn faster and then they move quicker. And that's where we have these fire drones that within themselves have a thunderstorm that then moves very quickly and perpetuates the problem. And we just don't seem to have a hold in terms of manpower how to manage this.
Yes, right now. And Shane, you said something earlier that I want to pick up on a little bit. It appears that we are actually just tackling them as they happen in Europe. We're not preventing it from happening.
Yeah.
So we're sort of behind the curve in many respects when it comes to wildfires.
Yeah, no, that is what a lot of the critics are complaining about, because the European Commission unveiled in March its wildfire strategy. And what the critics are saying is that the problem with it is that, as you just said, it looks at the emergency response, which is obviously very vital, but it needs to look more at sort of the long-term adaptation and prediction and forecasting. And, you know, in the age when you've got like satellites and AI, you know, we have all of these assets that, you know, we can deploy. And I think if you look at, you know, it's not that sort of long ago that, you know, we started having weather predictions, which are now commonplace, you know, across sort of TV networks. So I think we need to be able to do that with the same, with wildfires, and use, like I said, AI and satellites to predict them. But also at the same time, you know, we need, as Sam was talking about earlier as well, we need to change like how we build buildings, how we go about, you know, doing our infrastructure. You know, I was in the UK just last week, and, you know, the hotel I was in had to put in a massive fan. And I just did a sort of back of the sort of envelope calculations, and that if you were to put an AC in every London home, it would cost the government about 11 billion. And then if you're doing the UK, you're talking closer to 90 billion. And that's just homes before you even get to public buildings and schools and whatnot. And, you know, you just need to look at the British media to see. I really doubt that the Labour government's got 90 billion or even more hanging around to put into this policy. So yes, I think emergency response is great, but we need to look at more longer term strategies and implications, and maybe we might just have to change the way people live in Europe.
And I think that's, a fascinating thought. Just a quick final thought from you, Samantha, because we have to move on. I know that Shane's talking about air conditioning in all London homes, but we must remember something, net zero. There's been ULEZ put in London because they want to bring down emissions from traffic, highly controversial. And to bring in air conditioner units, it will just blow apart the net zero plans that London has.
It feels like climate change and those objectives might have been used to fund councils' bank accounts rather than actually have an impact on the environment in London. I've been hit with so many ULEZ bills that come through. The communication of it was, I found, really poor at the time living in London. But there's just so much change that would need to take place. Every house I've ever lived in, it's about preventing the drafts and keeping the house warm. We have carpets, we have curtains, you know, we have insulation in the ceilings to keep our houses nice and toasty warm. So it's the complete antithesis to what you want on a hot day, and Britain just cannot cope.
And I think that's a really good point, because often the trains don't work either when it gets very hot. But let's move on. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now let's go to another story. And 8 people, including 3 children, are dead after a Russian missile and drone attack on Ukraine. President Zelensky says homes, businesses and infrastructure facilities were hit as Polish jets scrambled to protect their airspace. Zelensky had previously warned that an attack was indeed coming one day after he met President Trump in Washington. Samantha, let's start with you, because intense bombardment of Russia, of course, as I just said, after Zelensky was in Washington visiting President Donald Trump, holding a meeting which they hailed as good. But what's the latest?
I think the world held its breath after that Zelensky-Trump meeting, as it went so well. How was Russia going to respond? And this, let's face it, is a war of endurance that we're seeing. Russia responded with a huge attack overnight, devastating human casualties. Villages were struck, civilian infrastructure, just completely annihilating Ukraine. So we had 70 missiles, 280 drones across multiple Ukraine cities. And Zelensky's response is they just don't have the defence system. That was his purpose of the visit to the US, asking Trump for the Patriot technology so that Ukraine can better defend itself. What's been interesting about the drone that dropped in rural Poland is that it's claimed to have come from North Korea. It's a North Korea-supplied ballistic missile. So that comes into question who is supporting Russia at this point, because it's speculated that Russia is really running low in stockpiles. It's worth mentioning too, though, that Ukraine did too attack Russia overnight in key strategic points, the Russian Amazon and oil refineries in Russia. So the conflict is still going on tit for tat, but it's just devastating to read about the loss of life, in particular these families. And Zelensky is such a good communicator, and this is how he gathers momentum, it seems, as he goes around the world and pledges for support for Ukraine. And he shared on X images of the family who were completely wiped out, obliterated. And he said, "This Russian evil can only be stopped by the entire world. No one in the world can be left alone against such terror." He's using this to galvanise and to ask and to pledge the world again and again and again to get behind Ukraine, which of course will cost billions more.
And I think, you know, we see Zelensky on a charm offensive, don't you? We saw him in the UK meeting Andy Burnham. Then we saw him go over to the US to meet Donald Trump to try and galvanise the support. But the argument is, you know, he meets Donald Trump. They get these Patriot missile system licenses. You know, he meets Andy Burnham, but nothing concrete's coming out of it. I spoke to a Ukrainian MP earlier. He said, yes, Zelensky can go and do all these visits, but we're still not getting the defence systems we need in the country to protect our people, because Europe, NATO and the US just are not acting fast enough right now. And I think, Shane, that is an absolute huge frustration when it comes to Ukraine. But let's pick up on NATO, because obviously Sam mentioned it here. Does a reported missile incident in Poland now increase the risk that NATO could become more directly involved in the war, or are they still on the defensive stance? Because we always hear NATO is a defensive alliance.
Yeah, I don't think so, to be honest. Like, I think we've heard a lot of sort of posturing from, from the European Union, from NATO, I should say. We've seen fighter jets move. We saw the German Chancellor come out and said that, he stands unwaveringly with the partners. But I don't think they will actually move. And I think Russia is just sort of enjoying, sort of picking away at and sort of biting at the NATO borders, which we've discussed, numerous times over the last couple of months. But I don't think NATO has the appetite to enter the war. It'll just make a lot of these increasing statements. But what I do think is, going back to what you said earlier, I think this could be the catalyst for the European Union and for the allies and NATO across the board to give more funding to Ukraine and to build up its air defences, because they don't want to actively fight themselves, but this is a good way of arming Ukraine. So in some ways, I think this tactic by Russia could easily backfire on them, and it would be to Ukraine's advantage.
Yes, indeed. Really good points. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now to another story. UEFA has voted to boycott FIFA's tournaments if the federation sells stakes in the World Cup to outside investors. The decision by European members was made during a crisis meeting after several days of backlash. FIFA believed the plan would generate fresh revenue and boost grassroots programmes. Wandi Intengento has this report.
It is a golden opportunity to turbocharge the development of the game. Too little of football's growing commercial value reaches the parts of the game that need it most. It would simply commercialize and organize all FIFA-owned competitions.
FIFA President Gianni Infantino continuing to defend his plan of selling stakes of the organization to outside investors, while potential shareholders will own a fraction of the body's commercial subsidiary. They will have no influence over decisions made by FIFA. However, top brass in the association said what fueled the furnace was learning through a leaked report that a substantial percentage could be bought by one of US President Donald Trump's in-law.
Let me say this very clearly. Football does not belong to investors. It belongs to the people who fill the stands, who stand on the touchlines week in, week out, rain or shine. The World Cup is not a product. It is the greatest competition in the world, and it was never anyone's to sell. Dress the deal up however you like. Once you have sold a piece of it, you have sold out. Football belongs to the supporters. It always has, and it always will.
FIFA President Gianni Infantino's controversial proposal will need a majority vote from 211 members on September 19th. FIFA believe the deal will unlock a $10 billion funding package from January next year. But UEFA say the soul and governance of football are not assets to trade.
At the moment, I get the feeling that FIFA is only there to make a profit. I mean, it feels as though they're just trying to make money through every possible channel. To be honest, I think it's good to hear that UEFA called it a crisis meeting. I'm not a fan of boycotts. I'm actually always in favor of dialogue. But if it comes to that, then I would actually be in favor of us as Europe standing firm and saying, no, we won't go along with that. That's not our sport. That's not what we want, and then take action against it.
Threats to boycott tournaments like the World Cup have historically echoed a long history of football colliding with geopolitics. For now, the debate continues as many ask whether the so-called beautiful game has a price tag. Wandi Swandengendo, Arabiya English.
So, Shane, let's start with you. What do you make of UEFA's decision to boycott the World Cup if FIFA plans to actually go ahead with this 20% commercial stake?
Well, okay, I'm sort of caught in this. So my business sort of brain head would say this is a great deal FIFA's doing, and one of I think your final commentator said that FIFA just seems to be wanting to make as much money as possible. Well, yeah, it's not charity. Its job is to make money, but I think its optics are just awful, and it needs to go about it in the right way, and it does look money grabbing, and that doesn't really that's fine sort of in Formula One or some other sort of more elitist sports, but in football or soccer or whatever you want to call it, it has grassroots and it has sort of mainstream, and it has a lot more demographics. So I think they need to be careful of that, and I think the best sort of middle ground would be if they launched the 20% as an IPO on the stock market, and then fans who want to can then be own or feel like they own a part of the World Cup and have a say in it. Or there's a lot of football clubs around the world that are managed and by fans and the teams quite successfully, so that could be an option. But putting aside the business side of it, it kind of reminds me of the European Super League, which when a load of clubs, about 12 of them, and big name ones like Real Madrid and Man United, Liverpool, wanted to do this sort of money generating Super League, and that was incredibly unpopular and was ditched. So I think in this case, Andy Burnham has identified exactly where the mood is and will be on the right side of history. I think Trump probably is too close to FIFA to see what the right side is, which is to go with the fans, and the fans won't like this. But so I think the compromise is, and you know, I haven't heard anybody say it, but I think they should do an IPO, and that would get the fans on board. But then my final point is that UEFA saying they'll boycott it. When the next World Cup comes around, are the English fans going to be really happy if their team is sitting it out because they don't agree with some commercial deal? I think that might be a tough sell for, you know, football's not coming home because we're not there playing.
But what is actually fascinating is I had a little bit of a look into this, and UEFA has actually previously stopped plans that Infantino's had in place. So Infantino previously backed a plan to stage the World Cup every 2 years, but FIFA dropped the bid in 2021 when UEFA said European nations would not participate. So it looks like UEFA has history and some skin in the game when it comes to getting things dropped or not passed, you know, putting their weight behind what they don't agree with. But you're a sportswoman yourself. What do you think this means for the world of for the world of football and for lots of different sports?
I think this is a contest of voice and power, and you said skin in the game. You can see how strong UEFA is, and ultimately what is a sport without its athletes? And what has upset and left a sour taste in the mouth of many people within the football world is that this decision has been brought about and shared not in the correct channels to really important stakeholders within the governance of football at a very late stage. And that's just not the right way to do it. And this is where integrity comes to question. And this is one of the most, well, the most widely participated sport in the world. And it's very accessible. So what Andy Burnham was saying in that piece there is that football cannot be owned. And UK Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy said today, football belongs to the fans. So there's a real passionate plea that football belongs as its own entity. It is an international governing body. It shouldn't be commercialised in this sense. Now, it's been called not a democratic decision, and FA President Debbie Hewitt has cited how it landed in her inbox, and she was it's like she's been held to ransom to make your decision or you won't receive this amount of investment. But it just shows the world now how powerful the voice can be at a time where we have conspiracies and theories about elections and is everything done properly and how much the small voices count to something. Here we see the voices of enough people are standing up to FIFA and Infantino and his small, close-knit community. What I don't like about it is there just hasn't been this consultation piece, and I worry about the beauty of the game and how that can stand the test of time. If the Football World Cup happened every 2 years, that would just be ridiculous. It loses its prestige and the specialness of it. You look forward to it once every 4 years. That's what makes it a Football World Cup.
And it's really fascinating because, Shane, I think a lot of the controversy with this is the fact that a lot of people feel like it's not being transparent. It's been done behind closed doors. And also, if we just have a look into the investment firm who will potentially help run this 20% commercial stake, it's founded by Joshua Kushner. So that is, of course, Jared Kushner's brother, who Jared Kushner is, of course, Donald Trump's son-in-law. So a lot of people are linking it all together and they're just not happy with the timing of it or the fact that it's just not been honest and open. It just kind of happened.
And it's worth adding to that. Sorry, Shane.
Sorry, Shane. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to say, but I think that has been an issue for a long time with FIFA is the transparency. And I think, like you've said before, like, you know, the latest president was kind of seen to come in and wash all of that aside. But actually, I think he hasn't, basically. And like, even with the World Cup and the US game, when there was the issues over the red card, like FIFA basically has a massive PR problem, and I think it needs to get on side, and it just doesn't seem to be able to communicate with its basic fans at the grassroots level. And I think that is a fundamental problem which they've not been able to solve, and I don't think they're going to be able to solve it, and this is definitely not going to help or improve their reputation in any shape or form.
I was just going to add more to Infantino and talking about his place within the football community, and that possibly around the world fans can only take so much change at once. And with the World Cup having the hydration breaks and the halftime show, it was a really big change. And now this gets landed. There's also speculation about corruption within FIFA, and Infantino is running for his fourth and final term as president, and he's going unchallenged. And sources cite that as certain parts of the world, African nations, for example, would receive big investment, that there's almost there's a guarantee that Infantino will receive the votes at his next re-election, so he goes uncontested and can see throughout his term. And there's this piece reported in the Times today, which just makes you feel uncomfortable, that the possible president for this FIFA Forward enterprise owned by Joshua Kushner, to lead it and guide it, would be Infantino himself once his term as FIFA president is served. And there he would walk into the job there with this 20% stake of FIFA, where he might have a salary comparable to an NFL president, which might be around $60 million mark.
And it's fascinating because right now Gianni Infantino earns $6 million a year, and maybe he's just looking for a massive pay rise to 65. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now it's that time of the show where Samantha and Shane have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Samantha, let's start with yours, because yours is actually about two twin sisters, both winning medals at the Commonwealth Games.
Yes, identical twins are always a very curious pair, aren't they? And this week we've seen a lovely story come from Glasgow, where currently the Commonwealth Games is taking place. 20-year-old Abigail and her identical sister, Emily Roper, representing Wales, have both won Commonwealth bronze medal on the same day, but in separate gymnastics events. Now, Abigail went first on the women's vault. She's extremely strong in this discipline, and she took the bronze medal. And we saw her skipping off onto the sides, embracing her identical twin. And then a few hours later, Emily took to the uneven bars after finishing in fourth place behind her sister on the women's vault. And Emily secured another bronze medal for the Roper identical twins. Their parents were in the crowd saying, this feels like a full circle moment for us as a family, because we've supported our daughters, taken them to training. Gymnastics is such a tricky sport, very long days in a gymnasium from a very, very young age. So the dedication and resilience that these twins have put in, and then to finally have this bronze medal together on the same day, what are the chances? And I suppose a reflection from the athlete perspective is that elite sport can be so lonely. That journey, that struggle, that perseverance is often done in a very solitary way, and gymnastics is an individual sport. So it's how lovely it must be for the identical twins to share bronze medal on the same day. And I'm sure it's a memory that they'll remember for the rest of their sporting and probably personal lives.
Yeah, it's such a wonderful story, and their parents must just be so proud. Imagine identical twins, both with bronze medals. Not bad, is it? And Shane, let's talk about yours, because it's about a Hollywood star who says some of his own films are rubbish. Tell us more.
Sam's story is great, and trying to follow that, it's so wholesome, and mine just feels very plastic. But basically, Spider-Man himself, Tom Holland, he went on a podcast, and I do find him quite endearing because he regularly puts his foot in it when he goes, which I think is, it shows he's quite transparent. But he said in this podcast that, and I'm not going to give it the exact quote because this is a family show, everyone can go Google it. But he basically said that he finds it difficult sometimes on previous films, having to promote them when he didn't think they were very good, and that people shouldn't really go and see them in hindsight. So that I'm caught in two ways, because one, he didn't say that when he was actively promoting them, but then he's an actor, so he's able to sort of lie on and act on command, and also he gets paid like millions and millions, and but then at the same time, when you're an actor, you don't have full control over the production. You're just one part of it. There's the director, there's the other people and stuff like that. So it must be quite difficult if you got to promote like a really bad movie. And I looked up, there's a lot of actors who have come out and said, that movie wasn't great, like Robert Pattinson on the Twilight ones and Sandra Bullock famously on Speed 2. And so I don't really feel sorry for these Hollywood stars because, like I said, they get paid so much compared to the athletes that Sam was just talking about. But it is quite difficult if you've got to go out and promote something and you think this is absolutely awful.
I must admit, don't know who Tom Holland is, never watched any of his films, don't plan to. I just think a little Hollywood star complaining about the fact that he had one bad film he got paid millions for. No sympathy, Sam.
Perhaps, though, on podcasts, people just forget where they are a little bit and just start talking a bit too candidly. I'm sure his manager won't be happy about the comments.
Yeah. A lot more diplomatic than my take, but Shane and Sam, thank you so much. That's all from us on W News Extra. Just a big thank you to Olympian and broadcaster Samantha Murray and Shane McGinley, news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, G&T. That's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Melinda Nucifora. Coming up, the conflict between the United States and Iran continues to escalate, and also we'll take a closer look at some of the other big stories making headlines in the United States this week. And while the World Cup may be over, the controversy certainly isn't. FIFA is facing growing criticism over plans to bring private investors into the tournament, raising new questions about the future of football's biggest competition. We'll bring you the latest developments and analysis. All of that coming up in this edition of GNT. Hello and welcome to the programme. The conflict between the US and Iran is showing no signs of easing. After several days of relative calm, the US has resumed strikes on Iran, saying they were in response to an attempted ballistic missile attack on American forces. At the same time, more countries are being drawn into the conflict. Saudi Arabia has taken a more active role, carrying out joint strikes with the US against Iran-backed militia in Iraq this week. In Egypt, officials say a drone attack caused an explosion that set 2 natural gas vessels on fire at a Mediterranean port. And in Jordan, 5 Iranian missiles were intercepted early on Thursday. For more on this, I'm joined by Mick Mulvaney, former Chief of Staff to Donald Trump, coming to us from Washington, D.C. Mick, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Renewed strikes so far haven't resulted in any concessions from Iran that we have seen. Has the restarting of this conflict been a mistake?
No, I think it's the only natural thing that the Trump administration can do. I think the general consensus now on this side of the Atlantic is that the current Iranian regime wants the war, that they think it's beneficial to their self-interest to have the war continue. So I think that Donald Trump is now coming to the recognition that either he has to change their opinions about that, or they have to change leadership. Both of those things will take time. It's unlikely that either of those things will take place through purely negotiation. So I do expect the active part of the war to continue.
If that active part of the war continues, repeating the previous military strategy prior to last week's pause, that of targeting infrastructure related to Iran's Hormuz blockade, that hasn't appeared to work so far. So President Trump has renewed threats to hit bridges and power plants. How likely is it that you think he'll adopt that new strategy now going forward?
I think it's the next step. I think there's also going to be a focus on perhaps Karg Island. That would be a natural place for the Americans to look. They're going to have to do something, again, to sort of convince the Iranian regime that the war is not in the Iranian regime's best interest. So, yes, I would not surprise me. I have no classified information. I have no inside information. I don't work for the administration anymore. But I would have to admit, I have to acknowledge it, or have to guess that they've got a list of bridges and power plants that would be justifiable military targets, and that would be one of the next places they look.
Would you anticipate that that then would mean entering a new phase of this war, that's targeting of civilian infrastructure, and could that include boots on the ground?
Yeah, well, I think you've reached a new phase of the war. I think we saw Iran yesterday take essentially an unprovoked attack to sort of restart active engagements with their missile attacks on American interests in the region. We saw, I think, either they were Iranian or Iranian-backed drones hit an American ship in Egypt. So that's a new portion of the war. When it comes to civilian infrastructure, I think the key word there would be dual use. There are bridges that can serve both civilians and the military, power plants that can serve both civilians and the military, and so forth, and that would be the place that the Americans would be looking. Again, they have to do something to change the status quo, because the status quo is that the war will go on for a very, very long time.
Under international law, is that a bit of a grey area? Does, just by saying something is dual use, does that give the administration free rein to do things that others may consider pretty questionable?
Well, I'm sure there's certain people that can consider the whole thing to be questionable from the very beginning. But my understanding, again, I'm not an international lawyer, but my understanding of the issue is that there are certain targets that are considered dual use, and that is a term that can be used by both military and civilians, that would be legal targets under international law. A bridge, for example, that can move an army across a river can also move people to work and so forth. But that would be a viable and a legal target. Again, you're asking the wrong person when it comes to the intricacies of international law.
You mentioned Egypt there. Egypt has confirmed that a drone has hit a US-owned ship at an Egyptian port. It's the first time we've seen Egyptian infrastructure be hit. Now, there's been no claiming of responsibility for that strike, but do you assess that as perhaps the brink of this conflict widening its scope again?
Well, it's hard to look at it any other way. It's a new geographic area. It's a new geographic choke point. That the Egypt is obviously the next choke point after the Straits of Hormuz. So it would be an expansion both geographically, an expansion sort of economically, and new technology, longer-term drone attacks on targets far afield. Yeah, that is just about at every level a definition of a broadening of the war.
But how dangerous, how risky is that going to be for the United States then? Does that see them bogged down and their allies bogged down in a broader conflict that's going to then be much harder to contain?
Yeah, I think that's one thing the Trump administration is very aware of. Trump doesn't want to get bogged down, but sometimes war has its way of having its own mind about it. And I think they're eager for a way to bring the war to a quick close, but I do not think they are desperate to bring the war to a complete close. One of the things I think the Iranians are misunderstanding is the pressure of the midterm elections here. I don't believe Donald Trump cares much about the midterms. I don't think that's a limiting factor in his mind. In fact, he is said as much publicly and privately. So, yes, I think the Americans and the Israelis are interested in ending the war as quickly as they can, but I don't think they're desperate to end the war, and those are two different things.
The IRGC has said that, and this is a quote, countries assisting the aggressor will receive a harsh response. Has the US lost the ability to protect its allies in the region and prevent the war from spiralling?
No, the exact opposite. I think that the countries in the region are finally being forced to choose. They're going to have to pick a side here. You've seen the Saudis now engage in military operations. We know that the Emiratis have in the past. I think maybe the Kuwaitis did something over the weekend. I apologize if I'm getting that one wrong, but. Look, Iran is a problem for everybody in the region, and everybody knows it. That different countries have taken different approaches to how to deal with that risk and that threat for the last 50 years. But right now, Iran is showing itself for what it really is, which is an aggressive nation willing to, as to your point, target civilian infrastructure. I think they hit a desalination plant in Kuwait last week. So, look, it's sort of a time for choosing in the region. And where do you stand in Iran? It's in my mind, unfortunate that it had to come to war to come to that, but it is one of the offshoots of the current engagement.
US is maintaining its blockade on Iranian ports. Is that having an impact on Iran? Do you think that is now adding into their calculations?
It can't help their economic condition. I'm not sure it's having really the dramatic effect that the Americans want. Look, this is a regime that killed someplace between 30 and 90,000 of its own people a couple months back when it put down the protests. If they're willing to do that, they're probably willing to starve many millions more. I don't know if the economic pressure itself is going to change the IRGC's position on the war, which is why I come back to where we started, and that's where I think escalation is probably inevitable.
There is continued speculation that the war has seriously depleted US stockpiles and that's becoming a consideration. As you say, you're not in the room, you don't have classified information, but what's your expert opinion on that?
Oh, I think it's safe to say that the stocks have been depleted to a certain extent. What that percentage is, I would have no way of knowing. But yes, we don't make a lot of Patriot missiles. We don't make a lot of THAAD interceptors in the course of an ordinary year. And if we decided to increase production, it would take a period of time to do that. What I think folks are missing is that those are the high-precision, long-distance weapons. We have nearly an unlimited supply of more traditional weapons. Is it harder to deliver those weapons? Yes. Do you have to use B-52s? Yes. Do you have to overfly Iranian airspace? Yes. Does that raise the risk profile? Yes. But it doesn't really limit what the strategic abilities are of the military. It gets messier, it gets sloppier, it could become much more costly, but it doesn't mean the American military doesn't have the ability, and I think that's an important distinction.
I mean, if it's going to get messier, if it's going to get sloppier, that's not going to be popular either. If it needs to get to that, is that evidence of a strategic miscalculation, of not assessing the risks and the outcomes properly?
If there was a mistake made, it wasn't an irrational one. I think there was probably a determination made by the American government that decapitating, for lack of a better word, the Iranian leadership would lead to a result that was similar to what happened in Venezuela recently. When we removed the authoritarian dictator there, he was replaced by a government that was much more accommodating to the United States. And the relationship between the two countries is actually quite good. And you're seeing the Venezuelan economy turn around a little bit already, which is quite quick under the circumstances. And I think that maybe the administration thought they could replicate that model in Iran. That's turned out not to be the case. It was wrong, but it wasn't irrational. But it does leave you now in a war that you either have to quit and go home, which Trump is never going to do, or stay until you win, which is, again, comes back to the escalation issue.
So does this recent escalation then make the prospect of a diplomatic solution more unlikely?
No, I think the only way you're going to get a decent diplomatic solution is to escalate. I think you have to escalate to de-escalate. I think that the diplomatic discussions, to the extent they have taken place so far, have clearly not worked. Again, the Iranian government still believes, in my mind, they still believe that they want the war. You have to change that opinion. People, in order to come to a negotiated settlement on something, people have to want to come to a negotiated settlement on something. And I don't think the Iranians do. I don't think economic pressure alone is going to change their minds, which leads me back to the military pressure.
So you believe that the US can bomb Tehran back to the negotiating table in more of a conciliatory fashion?
I don't see it happening any other way, because the other alternative, in your war, you win, lose, or tie. And right now a tie is a loss. And I don't think Donald Trump can accept a loss. I think he's going to stay in this now until he gets the outcome he wants, which is the straits have to be open and the Iranians have to give up their nuclear program. Anything short of that would be perceived as failure, and Donald Trump doesn't handle failure very well.
How likely is it that those two things can happen when you consider the years it took to negotiate the previous nuclear agreement, whether or not it was a good deal or not a good deal? That's years into the future.
It is. It didn't happen on the cusp of a war. However, war does have a sort of a tendency to compress timelines and so forth. And if you want a war to stop, if you think it's in your best interest, say as the Iranian leadership, that the war stop, maybe you wouldn't take years to negotiate the settlement.
Renewed fighting has sent oil prices up again. We've spoken about whether this war is unpopular and what impact it might have on midterms. You say not much. It's not in the president's mind. But how do you think, knowing the president, how do you think he's grappling with growing domestic discontent with this war?
Yeah, that's a fair question. He doesn't like being unpopular. He wants to be popular. Most politicians do. And the approval ratings, even with his own party, have come down slightly in the last couple of weeks. That said, I think Donald Trump is trying to make the case here, and I thought he was doing a fairly effective case of it, of making the case to the American people that it is in America's long-term interest, in fact, the world's long-term interest, for Iran not to have a nuclear weapon, that the world is a better place generally if Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. He's made that case. I think he's made that case effectively. Now what he has to do, I think, is make the case of what he's doing today helps lead to that end. The American people can be very forgiving. They'll forget the fact that gasoline is $4 a gallon if Trump can win the war. But yes, right now, the approval ratings are not good. I don't think Trump cares that much about it. He cares more now about his long-term legacy than he does about the midterm elections. And the outcome of the war has a much bigger impact on his legacy than the midterm elections do.
Mick Mulvaney, your insights are always so valuable to us. Former Chief of Staff to President Donald Trump, thanks for your time here on the program.
Thanks for having me.
As always, on a Thursday, we reserve some time on Global News Today to take a closer look at some of the biggest stories coming out of the United States this week. There's plenty to talk about, including the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's meeting with President Trump and Anthony Fauci, a key figure from America's COVID-19 response, is back in the headlines. But first, let's focus on Iran and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's Washington visit. So let's bring in this week's panel. David Kuznets, former White House Director of Speechwriting to President Bill Clinton, joining us from Washington, D.C., and Scotty Nell Hughes, Republican strategist and political commentator, coming to us from Nashville. To both of you, thanks for being on the program. And as I said, let's start with Iran. And the US has carried out what it's called a heavy wave of strikes against Iran. Scotty, let's come to you first. Will the renewed fighting force Iran to negotiate or make a deal even more difficult?
I think it will make having a deal even more difficult. I know that President Trump likes to lead through strength. However, in this case, even his own party is pretty divided on how we feel about making conflict within, continue to escalate it within the Middle East. It is not very popular. And as we all know, we're heading into the midterms here within the United States. And this is something that is really highly dividing not only his base, but the entire Republican Party. It is not a good sight for any president to have American flag draped coffins coming home, especially in an area that many Americans are questioning, why are we even involved? What does this have to do? How does this benefit the American people? And this idea that friendship with any country should not require giving them the power to be able to make the United States write this blank check, which has continued to be the policy that some feel President Trump has had within this conflict.
Before I come to you, David, I just want to actually, Scotty, you said there, you know, that it's unpopular. We've had a guest earlier on the program, Mick Mulvaney, former Chief of Staff to Donald Trump, and he just told me that he doesn't think President Trump is particularly concerned with how this might impact the midterm elections. Do you agree, or it sounds like you don't agree with that sentiment?
To a certain extent, President Trump doesn't care. At the same time, he understands what this midterm election means, that whether if it does continue to look like it might flip the houses to the other side, it's going to be devastating for the rest of his agenda for the next 2 years. As he saw during his first term, he will be caught up in a lot of drama and conflict that has nothing to do with the agenda that the American people elected him to carry out. So I think he might say at this point he doesn't care. But once again, if you see the House and the Senate flip to blue, you're going to see President Trump's whole entire agenda get thrown out the window, and he'll be just dealing with conflict after conflict with the Congress and the Democrats until we get to the next election.
Okay. All right. Well, then, David, let's bring you in. What do you think? Will this renewed fighting be the show of force that Iran needs to realise that they've got to come back to the negotiating table, or will it make diplomacy even harder?
To pick up on what Scotty said, the United States does not have a good track record of going into undeclared wars that are not supported by the American people and really haven't even been explained to the American people. As she said, it's not popular with this war. It's not popular with Republicans. It's certainly not popular with Democrats. And it's not popular with Americans at large, regardless of their party. I think the surveys that I've seen show that about 2/3 of the American public opposes this war. And whatever our military strength is, and we're clearly the world's leading military power, we are strongest when we stand united as a people. And when our adversaries have a sense that the government speaks for the people and has a purpose that can be explained to the American people and be explained to the world. And that has not happened in this war.
During his US visit, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu agrees with both of you. He thinks that a diplomatic solution to this war is also unlikely. David, President Trump says he's still making room for diplomacy, though. Do you think we are seeing a strategic divergence between the allies? Are they falling out of step with each other?
Well, I think that to pick up on what was said, I think that politics does matter for President Trump and for Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I think that to simplify somewhat, I think their political situations are similar in that they're both unpopular in their own countries. I think it's different in that President Trump's domestic politics are not helped by a war of indefinite duration. And I think Prime Minister Netanyahu's domestic politics, at least in his view, are helped by continuing the war through the Israeli election in October. So I think that when they sat down together, they had different purposes for their own course in this war. And I think that President Trump would, well, I'm not a fan of his, I think he'd like to find some way out of this. And I'm not sure that Prime Minister Netanyahu wants to find some way out of this, at least until October.
Scotty, do you think that the two leaders want the same thing, or have they fallen out of step?
To a certain extent, I think they have fallen out of step. They have the same motivation. I think my colleague's right. They do want out of this war, and the best way to get out of this war is to take all the United States out of the equation. I guarantee if you take the U.S. involvement in this event, in what's going on over there, you would see peace. That's the quickest pathway to some form of peace happening and the bombs to stop throwing back at each other. Of course, the Prime Minister Netanyahu wants to see the U.S. escalate and become even more involved, and more importantly, to fight this battle for them, which is kind of what we're doing at this stage, even though it has no direct interest in the United States at this moment. So, of course, Prime Minister Netanyahu would love to see the U.S. put more of our troops in the line, put more of our military arsenal in the air, and trying to make sure that it's continuing to be a U.S. fight, not an Israeli fight. But that's not what's going to happen. I think President Trump realizes that the American people have no stomach for that. And if you want to guarantee that you're going to lose at the midterms, and more importantly, importantly, lose for the Republican Party, get us into another never-ending war with no actual plan of getting any sort of peace in the process, which is what we saw in Afghanistan. Certainly the things that President Trump got him elected on are exactly the same things that he's doing right now. And I think it's only going to be to his detriment the more every day that goes by that he continues to have U.S. involvement in any of the conflicts abroad, whether we're talking about the Middle East or the Russia-Ukraine conflict.
Mm-hmm. David, what do you make of what Scotty's saying there? Is this a war that the US is fighting for Israel and that this is a war that they have no part of?
I don't think President Trump has offered an explanation for the Iran war, and that it's very difficult to pursue a war in a democracy, which we still are, if it hasn't been explained to the people. And it's very difficult to conduct democracy if you haven't stated what your purpose is. So
But the idea that the US is fighting this for Israel, not for the people of the US. But what do you make of this idea that the US is fighting this for Israel and not fighting this war for the people of the US?
I think President Trump tends to do things for his own motives, not for a foreign country, maybe not for the best interests of our country. I think he has his own motives, and they are often inscrutable to me. And this is one of the instances where they're inscrutable. And more important, I think they're inscrutable to the American public because he hasn't explained what they are.
Scotty, do you think that does there remain a problem with the way the president has explained the war to the US people? And do you think Netanyahu's visit has placated some of that growing discontent at all?
Absolutely. Let me point out something. When the U.S. got involved in the Middle East, whether it be Iraq for the second time or even the first time, or Afghanistan, they had just gone through 9/11. We saw the buildings collapse here in New York. So people could feel like they needed to do something about it. We've seen when you had various terrorist attacks that happened around the United States, people felt, okay, yes, we need to go over to the Middle East. We need to do something about it. That has not happened in recent years. That is not something that is in the present mind of the American people. Therefore, it's not one of those that we can justify sending our wives, our husbands, our mothers, our daughters, our sons over to the Middle East, possibly risking their lives. More importantly, the economic impact that it is having a domestic here in the United States. We had gas prices going down when we looked like it was going to be peace. And at this point, they're not. They're going back up. In fact, I just received probably the most expensive electric bill and gas bill I have ever had in my household by far. So those impacts, and now we're going on 7 months straight of this strain on the American economy to fight a war in the Middle East that, as my colleague said, and I'm coming at this from a very conservative point of view, that I do believe that we should put America first, that we can't justify this battle that is depleting our resources here domestically when we have no reason why we should be involved in the first place, except to say, well, it's our ally that we're trying to defend. Well, our ally is not helping us out too much if we're sitting here and Americans are continuing to pay more than just giving up a Starbucks a week. We are now having to make major decisions about our household budget due to this conflict happening in Iraq or in Iran. And I think that's going to have a major impact on this president's popularity if it hasn't already.
All right, let's look at the other war that is consuming the president's attention at the moment because, of course, Prime Minister Netanyahu wasn't the only world leader meeting Trump this week. Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky was in Washington too. He seems to be commanding more respect from President Trump than he has in the past. David, how confident are you that President Zelensky can keep Trump on side and get the support that he wants for Ukraine?
Well, Donald Trump is always very difficult to predict. I think he even sees his unpredictability as a virtue. This was certainly a better meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky than the meeting in February of 2025, where President Trump told President Zelensky that he was losing the war and that he didn't hold the cards. And there seemed to be almost a kind of a staged confrontation between President Zelensky on the one hand and President Trump and Vice President Vance on the other hand, with Secretary of State Rubio seeming to be very uncomfortable about it. I think a difference is that no one can give an explanation for why this Iran war is taking place. There's a simple explanation for the war in Ukraine, which is that Russia invaded Ukraine and Ukraine resisted, and Ukraine, to put it colloquially, punched above its weight. No, but I don't think anyone outside of Ukraine thought that Ukraine could withstand a Russian invasion, but they did. And they have support from the European countries. They have support in this country. And while it's a terrible war, and I think everybody on every side wishes it would come to end in some equitable way, at least there's an explanation for why the war is being fought.
Scotty, what do you make of that?
Well, this might be another segment for another time. We could talk about that there is actually very little difference between the sides, depending on the perspective that you are. Because I guarantee if you were those Russians that were living in that area of the Ukraine that were just within 2 decades ago used to be Russian, and you were getting called out and killed, sort of like what we were seeing in Gaza and what we've seen in Palestine that's been happening to them, you would be very grateful for the Russians that came in and came back to the territory that the people there voted to go back in. But like I said, I digress. That's another. There is no separation in the conflicts, and both of them are having a huge impact here on the United States, a negative impact. And I think that is what President Trump was elected last year to be able to fix, and that's what we're still demanding him that he's supposed to do.
Do you think he has a responsibility to provide support to Ukraine?
Absolutely not. His responsibility is to the American people first, and making decisions as the American president, just like President Zelensky's responsibility is to the Ukrainian people, and you have Prime Minister Netanyahu's to the Israeli people. The people elected Donald Trump because they felt like he would put Americans first in all policy decisions. So in this case, especially when there, once again, no direct threat to the American people, whether it's coming from Russia, Ukraine, Iran, or Israel, there's no direct threat right now. In fact, if anything, it's just continuing to hurt us by us being involved. So I think that right now you're going to see President Trump hopefully be able to continue now that, you know, and let's remember, both of these men came into town for Senator Lindsey Graham's rest in peace for his funeral. But Lindsey Graham was one of the biggest advocates for foreign conflict. So I'm very interested to see moving forward, if you do not have someone such as a Lindsey Graham whispering in President's ear every chance he can to get the United States more involved, if that might see a de-escalation in both situations from the United States perspective.
Mm-hmm. David, President Zelensky says that major attacks in Ukraine overnight saw hundreds of Russian missiles and drones targeting the country. Do you think that the US should be providing more air defences, as he asked for during this mission, to Ukraine?
I think a big difference between the Ukraine war and the Iran war is there are not American troops involved in Ukraine. No one's asking for it. There's no. The American involvement is by providing equipment. It's not providing troops, and no one wants the United States to provide troops. I think that the United States, together with the European countries, should be providing aid to Ukraine, and there should be some effort to make a peace there. I would have to disagree, but maybe my only disagreement with my colleague is I don't think there's any appreciable support in Ukraine for Russia. If there was, I'm not sure there's support in Russia for what Putin is doing. If there was the support, you wouldn't be having North Korean troops coming into Ukraine to fight Putin's war. Ukraine's always been a country that had cultural and religious divisions. I don't think anyone favors Putin coming in and invading it. I don't think anyone thinks that's the solution to the problems in Ukraine.
And I mean, Scotty, we are hearing that potentially that looks as if there is evidence that Russia has used North Korean supplied missiles during this conflict. Do you think that changes the way the Ukrainian people feel as if they're being targeted?
Well, let me just point out, and let me just correct, that Zelensky would love to have U.S. soldiers. He's wanted since day one. And those that are advocating for Ukraine, including Lindsey Graham, would have loved to have U.S. troops. And there are U.S. troops on the ground. There are definitely a part There's no doubt you can't look at NATO and NATO troops on the ground. Many of them do have U.S. ties. So to say that
NATO troops are not actively fighting in this conflict.
We have not actively, but make no mistake, there's reasons why that you do have U.S. involvement more than just providing missiles on the ground there. And that's been since day one. And Zelensky, like I said, he would love to have U.S. troops. He has welcomed U.S. troops. It has been the U.S., luckily, that has held back actually sending our troops to the area. That being said, unfortunately, this conflict has gone on too long, and it's continuing to. And this was something that should have been mercifully for the people, because the people are the ones that are paying the main price. The Russians and the Ukrainians are both paying the price. It's not the politicians who continue to gain by this conflict continuing. So I think it's in all best cases for this to end, and regardless of who's providing missiles or military, all of it. I think at this stage right now, the best source would be peace in this area, and that would be for everybody to kind of get out of the way and let Russia and Ukraine deal with each other directly.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's move to our third and final topic, the hearings that we heard with Anthony Fauci. Now, I'll just caveat this discussion with the point that both of you are not here on our panel as scientists or virologists, and I don't think that there's much point getting into an in-depth debate about the origins of COVID-19. That's been prosecuted for years in the media. Let's focus on the politics. That's the latest developments in this previous week. So, David, was the hearing that we saw with Anthony Fauci politically motivated?
I think there's any question that it was politically motivated. Here you have an 85-year-old man who retired several years ago after a distinguished career in public health in this country under seven presidents, from Ronald Reagan to Joe Biden, who dealt with all kinds of pandemics and health emergencies before COVID. There was never a whiff of scandal about him into his 70s, into the COVID pandemic. And now you have this kind of Star Chamber hearing where they somehow got a hold of a diary that he kept, and the point seems to be to trap him at the age of 85 into saying something that they can prosecute him for perjury on. And I think it's very strange that in America, where measles is coming back because the Secretary of Health and Human Services is waging a war on vaccines and a war on public health, that here you have this man who gave his whole life, was praised his entire life up until COVID for what he did in public health. And we're not prepared for another pandemic. We're not even prepared to deal with diseases like measles that were dealt with, and I'm an old man, that were dealt with when I was a kid. And they're asking this guy about things he said in a diary that was never meant for anyone but him. I mean, it's a very strange hearing.
All right. Scotty, do you think it was politically motivated?
I think politics were involved, but it's also the source of the truth. And I love that we're now caring about an 85-year-old man, but we didn't care about the 85-year-old men, women, or anybody else that had died by themselves, sitting in nursing rooms and in hospitals all across the United States by themselves because their families were not allowed to see them, because Dr. Fauci said it would not be smart to allow them to be around anybody, and all of the social distancing that we had to do that caused so much damage to multiple generations.
But he's not in front of the Senate committee for that. Do you think that what was asked of him during the hearing, did it look like it was a legitimate exploration of the truth, or did it feel politically motivated?
I think it was a legitimate exploration of the truth to expose Dr. Fauci and his. And let me just point out, in the 1980s, Dr. Fauci has had controversy several times throughout his lifetime. In the 1980s, the AIDS vaccine, the AIDS activists were very upset on how he handled what was going on with the transmission of AIDS, and how he was either suppressing information or not telling the full truth on how AIDS was able to be spread. So Dr. Fauci has had multiple controversies throughout his tenure. And in this case, I think this is something that there was a lot of people who suffered at his recommendations. And I think part of making sure that we don't reproduce, that we don't redo history in the future, is making sure that we expose those that lied about certain aspects of it in the past. And that's what this was yesterday.
Okay, what about, Scotty, this accusation that we've been hearing for a while that the US Health Department is undermining scientific evidence? Was this hearing further evidence of that? Or do you think
it was exposing that scientific evidence isn't always scientific evidence, that there's always usually a political and opinion based in some of these recommendations that are made by our supposed experts in health and science. So I think this is once again just showing some of, and while there was some truth to it, the majority of standards that were set out during the COVID, the pandemic, turned out to be actually more detrimental to health than actually helping.
David, what do you think? Is this evidence, to your mind, that there is continued undermining of scientific standards, or do you think that there needs to be some serious questions asked of the people responsible at that time?
I mean, to back up, the criticism of Dr. Fauci in the 80s came, to oversimplify, it came from the left. It came from communities affected by AIDS, who initially thought that as part of the Reagan administration, he wasn't doing enough. And he ended up winning them over. Then you have a lot of other pandemics and pandemics that could have been pandemics if there hadn't been health measures taken. You have SARS, you have Ebola, you have swine flu, you have different kinds of flu. Dr. Fauci deals with them. There's no record of him being controversial. There's no record of him being accused of doing anything for personal gain. Then you have COVID, and we haven't seen anything like that in this country since 1918, with the flu of 1918. And you have, I think, almost 400,000 Americans die of COVID. No one at the beginning, hindsight is always 20/20, although I think people we're using distorting glasses to do their hindsight yesterday. The hindsight is always 20/20. When COVID hits this country in February and March of 2020, after having a devastating impact on Italy and some other countries, no one knew what to do about it. The sensible thing to do seemed to be to deal with having excess of caution rather than a lack of caution. My colleague mentions being overprotective towards old people or not wanting older people to be exposed to younger people. That was more, if you go back to the debates in 2020, that was something that Fauci was accused of favoring older people over younger people, of having situations where you couldn't have younger people get together for fear that older people were infected. Now we're saying that he was victimizing the older people. That's not what his critics were accusing him of in 2020. They were accusing him of, and other advocates of lockdowns, of favoring the health of older people over the activity of younger people. And it shows that there weren't any easy answers then. And what is scary is that when the next pandemic hits, and there's going to be another pandemic, and it's going to hit a country that can't even deal with measles anymore, if the lesson is that if someone like Dr. Fauci takes charge, 5 years later, 6 years later, someone's going to be trying to find his diary to see what he said about meeting some celebrity.
All right, we're almost out of time. So very briefly, Scotty, your response to that. If he had nothing to hide, why plead the Fifth?
Exactly. And in fact, James Comey, who's no fan of President Trump or this administration, came out and said that President Biden's pardon would not even cover any of these questions for some of these prosecutions that might come out of yesterday's hearing. Folks, this is all just simply about making sure that we hold people accountable for the decisions they made and justifying. If you're going to go out there and you're going to shut down an entire country's economy, social structure, and their health system, totally redo it, you need to make sure that you are 100% on the science. And I think yesterday proved that Dr. Fauci not only knew he was not 100% on the science, he purposely deceived a lot of people in order to advance whatever agenda he was trying to push at that time.
Well, as always, a busy week in the US, and we appreciate your analysis of it. David Kuznets, former White House Director of Speechwriting to President Bill Clinton, and Scotty Nell Hughes, Republican strategist and political commentator. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now to some other news. We've watched the goals, the drama and the celebrations, but just weeks after the World Cup ended, a new controversy is taking centre stage, and this time it's off the pitch. FIFA is facing backlash after President Gianni Infantino floated a proposal that would see private investors own a stake in major competitions, including the World Cup. The plan has drawn criticism across Europe, with UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham also weighing in, saying football belongs to the fans. Critics fear private investors could put profits ahead of the game, raising the question, could the World Cup become more about business than about the sport itself? For more on this, we're joined by Mark Palios, Executive Chairman of Tranmere Rovers Football Club and former Chief Executive of the Football Association, joining me from the Isle of Man. Mark, thanks for being on the show with us. FIFA's proposal has triggered a fierce backlash from supporters and football associations alike. Why has this proposal struck such a nerve?
I think first and foremost because it goes to, there are two things really that strike me. One is it goes to the heart of the balance between the sporting ethic of a sport and the commercialisation of that sport. And there is a conflict of interest there when you get certainly to the elite top ends of it. And the second real element is there's been a perennial, ever since I was involved with the FA and with FIFA, there's been a concern regarding the governance of FIFA and how they do things effectively. And I think what we're seeing play out here is both of those particular issues.
We've already seen a little bit of politics and football collide at this year's World Cup. There was a bit of criticism around President Trump calling the FIFA president to request that review of Florian Balogun's red card. Now the brother of Trump's son-in-law is reportedly among those interested in investing in this. How real do you think is the danger that politics and commercial interests are becoming too deeply embedded or maybe too enmeshed in football?
I think you can take the World Cup as a particular example, but actually it's also, it is a function of the individuals who were involved in that, I think. But it does go back to the point I was making before, that there's a real concern regarding the governance issues and the way things are done. And if you look at and I think that was the Balogun incidents when there was a request to review a red card. From a sporting ethic perspective, why were not all the other red cards examined in that way? So there's real uncomfortable feeling about the way that happened. But let's go back to FIFA and the way they operate. Because they have a large number of federations, I think there's more than there are in the United Nations. There's about 211 who have a vote. So to get anything material through, you need 106 votes. And Sepp Blatter, in his days before Infantino, used to do the maths and everything went through. And the second thing that they do is they have here, what they've done is they've, in smoke-filled rooms, in corridors, they've actually come up with a proposition that they should realistically have worked up with all of the stakeholders. Well, they haven't done that. They've just produced something that's hard-baked. Now that causes
that's interesting,
concern.
yeah, because there's that transparency issue. As a former FA chief executive, do you think the national associations had been properly consulted before this proposal put forward? It sounds like there wasn't. It took a lot of associations by surprise.
Absolutely not, and that's what you see. But I'm saying that this is the type of thing that goes on. In my business career, and you were implementing a strategy, the thing that you would do to make it effective more than anything else is to involve all stakeholders in the process of what you do when you're doing something as fundamental as they are doing here, bringing in third-party finance into a sport. So they haven't done that, and that kept coming back to their typical modus operandi is pork barrel politics. And by using finance, by using the granting of rights to host competitions, they get the political support and they get votes. And that's simply what seems to have been done here. I think one of the major concerns I have is that when you start to look at what's been put forwards, first of all, there's a really tight time frame of about 53 days, take it or leave it. And on the table, to a lot of potentially financially unsophisticated individuals at times, they've actually said, look, this is what you're going to get. And they're talking in terms of $40 million, massive to some of the smaller federations and very, very material. But it's based on projections. Now, I'm an accountant, if you're looking at projections, just like shares can go up and go down, nobody's really tested these valuations and these flow of funds over a period of about 12 years. So, it's a very dangerous thing to do, to make such a fundamental change based on forecast figures.
But all major sporting, well, not all, a vast majority of major sporting events are monetised, and private equity has invested in things like the Formula One, the PGA Tour, the NFL, the NBA. So why not football?
Well, I think that there are a few things here. One is that what will happen is that, and if I miss it, I'll come back to it. But in fact, you look at what is FIFA about, and is world football giving FIFA too big a brief, and it can't manage it with the systems it's got, with the procedures it's got, with the structure that it's got. Park that for now. If you have third-party funds coming in, then what's going to happen is they're going to want payback. And it's not just the funds that they put in, they're going to want more than that. They're going to want to realise on their investment. If they're going to do that, what is going to happen? Basically, they're going to increase the amount of content for you guys. They're just going to have to increase the content. And that's what the concern is of FIPRO, whose players at the top end of the game are already suffering physically because of the number of games that they play, high-profile, high-intensity games. And you'll see a lot of soft tissue injuries as a consequence of this. So what has happened is that there's a concern, especially within UEFA, whose own games program is massive, and they already had a rerun of this in 2018 when FIFA tried to introduce a World Club competition, which they have brought in, but not without difficulties. They wanted a much bigger competition when they started it. So UEFA are really one of the key players in the next few days and weeks, because they could decide that what they want to do is to withdraw their teams from the World Cups, the male World Cups, the female World Cups, and their clubs from the World Club competition that FIFA put together. That will massively hurt FIFA. And so I think there's going to be a period now of arbitrage, a period of basically negotiation, whereby they try to extract what they need to extract from the situation.
I was going to ask you about UEFA's response, because it sounds dramatic. Do you think that it's likely? How likely is it that UEFA will walk away?
I think they may well raise that as the card that they want to play, and then you will have a period whereby there are negotiations, and there are things that be given and things that can be taken. It may be that that FIFA gets a consolation prize, and the next step in all of this is that it's agreed that they will get an enlarged World Cup, a 64-team World Cup. Because that was the issue that was coming out of the last World Cup. Now that seems to have been not such a big problem for people, because you actually got this other one that's even bigger. So, and you start to look at the timing of this. Infantino is going to stand for president in April 2027. Currently, he's not opposed. The last two elections, he was unopposed. He's had the indication that he's got over the 106 federations to support him at this point in time. He might lose some of that support because of this. You might see an alternative candidate being put forwards. But fundamentally, I think it should get people to look at whether or not FIFA is fit for purpose. Because you then start to look at an organisation that has to look after things like fans around the world, participation around the world at grassroots, clubs, competitions, elite players, etc. And to do all of that, and also the way they control investment, which is very difficult if, you know, these massive funds are going to some of the smaller nations where perhaps the governance isn't as regimented. So there's a lot of issues here, and the question is whether the structure of FIFA can actually look after the interests of the smaller federations, which are different to those of the larger federations. So the smaller federations will not take part in the World Cup, for example, but they will benefit with some of the cash that comes out. So, you know, how do you get that balance right? And that's a balance for sport right across all sports.
I'm going to come back to Infantino, definitely, and maybe a FIFA reshape, but I want to pick up on something that you said a little bit earlier with regard to how much that cash injection could mean for some of these smaller nations. I mean, it sounds enticing. $40 million means a lot to a smaller country that is struggling to meet the similar standards of, say, you know, football in Spain, football in France. I mean, surely an injection like that, even without your accountant's hat on, would be beneficial for infrastructure, for grassroots participation in those smaller countries.
Yes, I mean, if those figures are true, then they do make a difference. But then, okay, let's look at the impact on hitting the ethic of the sport compared to the commerciality of the sport. So if you then start to look at what potentially could happen, and I think one of the biggest things that will start to happen is that fans will start to become customers. And there's a fundamental difference in that. A customer can go and change where he shops tomorrow, whereas a fan signs up for a club when they're 5 and is still supporting that club when he's 75. That's in the club game. And in terms of certainly in terms of England, if you look at the flags that they have at the games, all of the junior clubs, the smaller clubs, the League One, the League Two clubs, like my club, Tranmere Rovers, will have the English flag up there, but they'll have Tranmere Rovers across it. And they always want to have that touch, that celebrity that exists in the top flight, the English players, which they don't have on a weekly basis in their hometown club. So there are all these relationships that can be damaged. Looking at fans, okay, just look at the World Cup we've just had. What happened there? It was immediately spread across the Americas, the North Americas, from Mexico right the way through the States up to Canada. Fans were expected to travel, and nobody really looked at where they were going to travel from and to, so the costs were increased. You're looking at tickets.
I was going to say that. I mean, this idea that football and the World Cup belongs to the fans, isn't that a bit of an antiquated sort of argument? Because ticket prices are exorbitant. I mean, only a handful of people can afford to attend the World Cup, can afford to buy an Argentinian jersey.
Well, I mean, that is to my point, you know, so I'm not saying, and there's no reason why you shouldn't roll it back, by the way, but what I'm saying is what happened in the States, things like dynamic pricing. Worse than that, you had FIFA accepting a secondary market in tickets, which is a gift to touts, etc. Then you found the infrastructure. There were apparently exorbitant prices, price gouging by the train system and stuff like this. You know, and you can go on and on in terms of the way in which fans who related to the World Cup were basically not really considered. Now, that's one aspect. Other aspects are that you might actually start to find what you've seen in other global sports, and that is the tearing apart of the relationship with the top players. So if you're looking at cricket, whereas Test cricket used to be the pinnacle of cricket, the Indian Premier League now attracts players who are prepared to play in the Indian Premier League because their pay is so much superior to, say, playing for England. And they give up playing for England because it doesn't fit with the timetable that they've got with the Indian Premier League. You're looking at rugby. Players would go and play for the money in France rather than play for England. And so you're starting to see that tension. The people who benefit from the globalization and the monetization of elite sport are the people who own the competitions and the very top athletes.
Okay, well, if you mentioned the reshaping of FIFA, whether this needs to change, if you were advising FIFA today, would you be telling Gianni Infantino, withdraw this proposal completely and forget about it? Or would you be using this discussion now as a way to maybe modernise football's finances and governance? And if so, what does it need to look like?
It's a good question. It's a really good question. The answer is relatively simple, I think. I think the first thing is we need more information regarding this proposal, and possibly the proposal can be worked up slightly differently. But for that, I would be wanting to have a real look at whether or not FIFA are capable of representing the interests of all those various stakeholders that we've mentioned here. The difference between federations, the large federations have a different requirement to the smaller federations, but it's the larger federations that put on the money spinning tournaments. The way in which money that goes to grassroots is properly audited in terms of looked at and made sure that we have proper value coming back from that at grassroots level, and so forth and so on. So I would see that as part of the negotiation that I would want to get out of this, and possibly having a different version of what Infantino's brought to the table.
Do you think if this has to be rolled back, could this be the beginning of the end for Infantino? Could this, one, scar his legacy, or two, could he be forced to resign?
Well, he's obviously a very bright man, and if, for example, there is a serious threat from UEFA, and that is the anvil against which they will be hammering this requirement to get better information, decide on what needs to be done, and change it to fit that it doesn't actually get to the point whereby the concerns that everybody has are not satisfied. So I think that if this happens, I actually think Infantino's so strong in terms of the support he's got, it's going to be very difficult to shift him and to get him to the point whereby he will, just sort of walk away from this. So I actually think if he can be part of the solution, then, it can be done politically. But I think at the end of the day, he hasn't helped himself by the way in which he's delivered this. You've got 53 days, take it or leave it, because that is pork barrel politics, which is the way in which they implement and get over the poor process. Indeed.
It's a really interesting topic, and we really appreciate your expertise. Mark Palios, former Chief Executive of the Football Association, thanks for being here on Global News Today.
Thank you.
And that's all we have time for on Global News Today. Thanks for being with us. And of course, you can join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Gorée is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, just a few miles from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade. Although islands and ports in other African regions were dedicated to the same purpose, Gorée remains the most famous for what its small area preserved of the horrors and degradation of human dignity. One of the most famous landmarks on the island is the House of Slaves, where thousands of Africans were crammed into its dungeons over 4 centuries in preparation for shipping them by sea to America. Before export, The prominent selection was made based on weight and physical strength. Those weighing less than 60 kilograms were directed to African markets and kept as servants on the island. The curator of the House of Slaves takes visitors on a tour during visiting days and explains how the slave trade was managed over the 4 centuries.
Les Portugais avaient été les premiers Européens à prendre possession.
The Portuguese were the first Europeans to take possession of Gorée Island. That was in 1444. For a very long time, this island was at the center of rivalries between European nations that fought for its occupation. The House of Slaves, where we are today, crystallizes all the memories of the slave trade. And further along, at the corner but to the left, you will see the children's cell. It had the highest mortality rate, a small cell, but with a corridor leading to the back. They were laid directly on the ground, bare-chested, packed like sardines in a can. But once inside, what is peculiar are the windows, all shaped like loopholes, wide on the inside, but narrowing as you move towards the exit. While in the very last corridor on the right and left were the guards. But guards that could have easily been dispensed with. Well, the enslaved individuals were inevitably chained together by the ankles, 2 by 2. Even in the middle of the chain, a 10.3 kilogram iron ball had been attached, to tell you that each time one of them tried to escape by jumping into the sea. He coached the second. Because of the ball, they sank and drowned. In the absence of any doctor, and especially due to the fear of epidemics, the sick were thrown into the sea. The truth is that on this small island of Gorée, an island measuring 900 meters by 300 at the height of the slave trade, there were more than 20 houses like this one.
The pink building in the background is the House of Slaves and the infamous door of no return, from which, over 4 centuries, 1 million African slaves left to become the engine of production across the Atlantic. However, in reality, the House of Slaves is not one. Every house on the small island was a house for slave owners and also witnessed the horrors committed against humanity during the slave trade period on this island. A Senegalese citizen inherited from her family a house overlooking the beach. From her grandfather, who came from Guadeloupe to work as a signal operator with the slave traders. She lives today without any complex about her grandfather's past working with the whites. We accompanied her to the house that has become a reminder of the family whose members are now scattered. In European immigration,
like my great-grandfather, who was a station chief, so he worked with the whites because he spoke French, so he was the one who conveyed the message. So he was the post chief, he was the one who carried the messages. That's why we lived here during the time of slavery. So it was my grandmother who told us about him. So he explained to us what he did there. So he told us to hold our heads high because we are not slaves. Lived here, but we are not slaves, you see.
These were nations that had agreed, obviously, to undertake this slave trade. Therefore, well, the acceptance by all. I mean not the protagonists, but those who organized this trade. Was the understanding they had that was put forward. It was to consider the slaves not as human beings, but rather as objects, furniture. So there was no respect. But what should also be remembered is that most of the houses, at least concerning Gorée, most of the houses were built for women. The women called Signor, Signor from Signora. Madam, these women who originally here could very well have been black. It must be admitted that they became mixed over time due to their relations with Europeans. Obviously, these women, well, they witnessed or allowed the existence of two types of slaves. There were domestic slaves who, because they were the property of the woman, were not destined to be sold and sent to the Americas. These domestic slaves, well, were the property of the woman, and because they were her property, she was able, at that time, to rent them out for public or private work, but for her own benefit.
Many visitors visited Goree Island in recognition of the horrors committed there, and as an expression of human solidarity, even for ordinary tourists and many visitors. A visit to Senegal is not complete without passing through Goree, where the tourist boats from Dakar Beach do not stop all day.
The descendants of the victims, as well as those interested in this history, which should only be considered as an integral part of the world's history. Obviously, people come from everywhere to remember what happened. There are others who come simply because, having heard about this history, they wanted to experience a bit of what the slaves went through. But also, there are undoubtedly historians who, in the course of their research, need this to know more. But it is only when this history is better known and considered by everyone as an integral part of the world's history that we can move together towards forgiveness and reconciliation.
It is one of the most prominent tourist destinations in Senegal, although it is the smallest municipality. The people of the island do not accept that this small area becomes a complex for them, in their view, and so they proudly say, it is a continent for spreading tolerance and the values of human brotherhood. A Muslim imam and a Catholic priest stroll through the island's corridors, a familiar scene that does not attract the attention of the island's residents, where people of different religions and ethnicities live together in rare harmony and coexistence.
Here in Goree, harmonious relations prevail between Christians and Muslims. We hope to spread this peaceful coexistence throughout the world. God alone is the judge. And as humans, we have the responsibility to spread peace. Our role is to convey the message of the Holy Quran and the hadiths of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and to condemn any acts of violence committed in the name of religion. No rational person can attack places of worship, which are places of prayer, tranquility, and contemplation.
The limits of tolerance among the residents of the island do not stop here. The former Imam of Goree, Sheikh Tidiane, was buried in the Catholic cemetery in the suburbs of Dakar, according to his will to be buried among his Christian friends.
Goree Island is a rare example of peaceful coexistence, where Muslims, Christians, and other communities live in complete harmony. Therefore, it is not surprising to see a deceased Muslim buried in a Christian cemetery.
This highlights the importance of Goree Island's history, not only in relation to the slave trade, but also to colonization. From my perspective, there was no Muslim or Christian slave trade. The trade in black people, the slave trade, was organized by individuals. as most revealed religions. In any case, the known revealed religions had prohibited the practice of slavery,
which lasted more than a century, during which the island was under French administration, to return to Senegalese sovereignty after more than 5 centuries. Our guide takes us to the most prominent landmarks of the island across the 3 eras. The era of the slave trade, the colonial era, and the stage of Senegalese national sovereignty.
Derrière moi se trouve l'un des bâtiments les plus emblématiques de l'île de Gorée.
One of the most iconic buildings on Gorée Island is the former governor's palace from 1880. This building is currently unoccupied. However, due to its historical significance, with its courtyard and panoramic view of Dakar, it has been the venue for various community cultural events, like the Gorée Diaspora Festival. So, this building is part of the colonial heritage. After the abolition of slavery, colonization took place. After gaining independence, we inherited these buildings and infrastructures. We are at the place of freedom and human dignity. Right next to it is the Historical Museum. Before it became a historical museum, it was the old Fort d'Estrée. Even before that, after the colonial administration, it was a detention center, which means a prison. The famous activist Blondin Diop was imprisoned there, and he died in those prisons. This shows that Gorée's history didn't start only with the naming of European places, where we are now, which has always intrigued its visitors. And this reflects the entire island of Gorée, as it's often said that in Gorée, every alley, every small window, every house has its own story. Gorée is a shared heritage for all. All the countries in the world have the right to have their name here in Gorée, due to this classification. It is quite normal for Gorée to play a role in this world. And that role should be one of reconciliation and forgiveness. Indeed, reconciliation and forgiveness should lead the way. Which is why this place now symbolizes those words, to say freedom and to say let's respect human dignity. And on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of the abolition of slavery, our Guadeloupean brothers gifted us this statue you see behind me, which symbolizes freedom. So those who are used to visiting Gorée knew that this statue was previously placed before the House of Slaves. Now, for the sake of coherence, this statue, after establishing this place, the place of freedom and human dignity, it was decided to install this statue that symbolizes human freedom.
Today, the men of Gorée, like all men of Senegalese coastal towns and villages, live from fishing. They ride the sea freely, with no authority over them except the law, while the women of the island work in trade, taking advantage of the tourist features to sell handicrafts and African clothing.
Now, there are many vendors and fewer tourists. So we try to manage. Now, we go to Dakar to find tourists and bring them back to the island. Every boat has variety. There are girls who come to sell on Gorée Island, who come to Dakar, who come to the island Pau Grande. So with every boat, we can go see the boat to find clients and organize the places we are. So there are many men who fish. And we make wax fabrics with dyeing. There are days it works, there are days it doesn't. But we manage because we've been living with this for a long time. We work on this. With the money we earn, we pay for our children's school. We pay for retirement and water at home too. We help others, our family too.
Gorée remains a tangible witness to the horrors of the slave trade era, which represented a stain of shame on the forehead of humanity, and at the same time, a proof of ability to overcome its dark past and build a future characterized by tolerance and the embodiment of its values.
Karim Khan, KC, prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. Welcome to Al Arabiya, sir.
Thank you for having me.
We understand that the OIOS, which is the Office of Internal Oversight Services here at the United Nations, prepared a 5,000 pages report after 1 full year of investigations. The ICC Bureau, which is the ASP primary oversight, legislative and management body, appointed 3 judges, 2 men and a woman, looked thoroughly in the report and made 137 findings, and in all findings they found no evidence of inappropriate conduct or misconduct or abuse of authority, not a single one, on your behalf. This decision was advisory opinion by the 3 judges on the 21st of March of this year, clearing you of all allegations. You would think that this is the end of the matter, but it wasn't. How do you explain that?
Well, I can't. You're quite right that the United Nations Office of Investigations collected 5,000 pages of evidence, an awful lot of it from me, evidence that I gave. And in the 137 findings, there is no finding of conduct that could constitute prohibited conduct. But importantly, the most important thing is 3 independent judges handpicked by the Bureau of the Assembly of State Parties, reviewed all of the underlying evidence, the full 5,000 pages, and the UN report, and they unanimously, as you said, concluded that there was no evidence to find misconduct or breach of authority to the required standard. And I thought that would be the end of it. Why appoint judges if you're going to reject their findings and their advice? And unfortunately, the Bureau departed from the principle of deference, and they have referred the matter now to the Assembly of State Parties. But I think it's astonishing, it's unwarranted, and it's unlawful.
The Bureau also voted on the 8th of June to suspend you as the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court till the whole ICC 125 state membership convene to vote on a secret ballot on the issue on the 24th of July here in New York. The ICC Bureau must win by at least a 2/3 majority of the 125 member states. If they fail in doing so, then the whole motion to find you guilty of sexual misconduct is rejected by the ASP, the Assembly of State Party, and that's that. If they win and the ASP finds you guilty by 2/3 majority, which is 83 member states, then they will start another motion to vote on firing you, and that can be decided by a simple majority, i.e. the support to the motion of firing must be 63 member states or more. So I hear here now at the United Nations, the ICC Bureau want to vote to go straight on the motion of firing you with simple majority, bypassing the determination of your guilt or innocence of misconduct by 2/3 majority. Will the Bureau succeed in doing so? Especially, this is the one time in history that such a vote is conducted. Can they do it?
Well, the Bureau has a composition that I think the WEOG, the Western European and other group, Eastern European group and the allies are disproportionately represented. Going back to your first point, it's really critical to understand that in the 20 years of the International Criminal Court, until my matter, experts have written that not one decision of the Bureau was decided by a vote. It was all by consensus until Karim Khan's matter was before the Bureau. The biggest group of countries is the Africa Group. There are 33 countries from the Africa Group, and no country from the whole of this vast continent of Africa supported the finding of misconduct. They were really of the view that you have judges, you should stick with the judges. This is what people have said after the vote. In terms of the procedure, I'm in the dark. I mean, it's amazing that I'm in the dark. I find out things from the media, from speculation. They have not told me what the procedure is. I can't, of course, go to New York, but I don't know if I can address the Assembly of State Parties. The procedure says I should be able to, but they haven't given any guidance to my lawyers. They haven't told me anything other than there will be a special session of the Assembly of State Parties convened in New York on the 24th of July.
The UN ambassadors of the 125 member states of the ICC will be voting here in New York on the 24th of July. They are politicians, not legal experts. They're not judges, but they will decide your fate. Nevertheless, it is doubtful if they would have read the 5,000 pages report by the OSIS or the 3 judges' advisory opinion, which had 137 findings, all in your favor. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm not even sure if the Bureau member, hand on heart, have read the material. I mean, we have formally asked the Bureau Secretariat, my lawyers have formally asked, which members of the Bureau have read the evidence, and we have not been given the information. The fact that they have evidence available is not the same thing as reading it.
After indicting Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel and former Defense Minister Gallant, you became the first ICC official to be sanctioned for doing so. Later, another 8 officials were sanctioned, 6 ICC judges and 2 ICC officials. And these sanctions led to your bank accounts being frozen. You cannot now even have a credit card to your name. In addition to that, you are not allowed to travel, and hence you will not be able to be here in New York to defend yourself on the 24th of July when your fate is decided. Your thoughts on this subject?
Well, we see an increasing proclivity on the part of powerful states to use coercive measures. I've mentioned that there was an arrest warrant against me and some other judges by the Russian Federation, and I've been now sentenced to imprisonment in my absence to 15 years by the Russian Federation on account of applications for warrants that were issued by independent judges on the evidence. In this round, you're right, of course, my predecessor for some months was under sanctions, but in this round I was the first person sanctioned by President Trump in February 2025. And of course, it was quite lonely for several months. I was the only one, and later on, some judges and deputies, I think in about August, September, they were sanctioned. I just think it's unwarranted. People try to enter public service. Some do better than others. But to use the power of the state to coerce, to intimidate, is deeply dangerous. We see this tendency to what's happening in some countries domestically with prosecutors or attorney generals of previous administrations. We see threats against UN special rapporteurs like Francesca Albanese or judges of the ICC or myself. We see threats in the media about putting sanctions and targeted measures against other individuals who simply take a different view. And they don't, in the most case, at least in my case, and in the ICC, I'm sure, take a different view out of malice, out of bias, or out of any antipathy to any people or person in the world. It's simply an exercise of responsibilities, given that one has to look at the evidence and the law and apply the law fairly equally, for example, in Palestine and Israel, as we did in Ukraine and Russia, as equally as we're doing in Afghanistan and Myanmar, and the list goes on. And to cause pain is not an unanticipated consequence, it's the desired outcome. Because you've seen from public sources, even before the current administration in the United States took office, 12 senators wrote, and they said, you target Israel, we will target you and your family. You have been warned. That's almost a verbatim quotation. And so one can say on this area, at least, they are truthful and they've made good on their promises, because the court as a whole has been targeted. But I deprecate it. It's undermining the moral authority of states. It is dividing the international community. In the end, it's bringing us closer to more and more conflict, because if we don't have the law, what do we have?
On Friday, June the 19th, you have been suspended from practicing as a barrister or lawyer in England and Wales by the UK Bar Standards Board, BSB. What happens if you lose the vote on the 24th of July here in New York? Would that mean to end the career of Karim Khan KC as a lawyer and as a barrister? I apologize for this. This must be painful to you, sir, to hear.
Well, I'm sure some would quite like that. I mean, there have been previous attempts by UK lawyers for Israel, twice in fact, to make complaints against me on the basis of the applications that I filed in the Palestine situation. That was dismissed. They appealed it. That was dismissed as well. This interim suspension, you're quite right, it was very painful. It hurt that there was an interim suspension by the Bar Standards Board. It's not based upon their own evaluation of evidence. It's not based upon anything really, except the fact that the political bureau of the ICC, this group of 21 countries, by qualified majority, decided to suspend me. And of course, one can raise one's own questions. These allegations have been known for more than a year. I took a voluntary leave from May. What the need was for that suspension is questionable, but certainly led to somebody giving this information to the Bar Standards Board, and then the Bar Standards Board issuing an interim suspension. It's emotionally painful, but I'm not even practicing domestically at all. It's very clear. It's a full-time job as the prosecutor of the ICC. My chamber's website made it clear that I wasn't practicing any work in the UK or anywhere else. But we have to just keep fighting on all the fronts that I'm being attacked on. And I will do my best, even though it's extremely difficult. I hope it's not the end of my career. But I'll simply say this. I've won the legal case. I have the decision of 3 independent judges. I'm a simple person. I know a little bit about the law. I won in that fora. Where I'm a bit out of my depth is amongst big, powerful states that have the full apparatus of ambassadors all over the world, and some of them are very vociferous and organized in their lobbying for a particular outcome. And an individual, like me, it's difficult to deal with that because I'm not a politician. I'm an international public servant, but I'll do my best, and we leave it to God and leave it to states to decide what they want to do. But yes, it's right. The future is not in my hands. All I can do is keep making the arguments and hope, as the panel of judges did, they will see that there was no misconduct or abuse of authority established and reject this majority decision by the Bureau of the Assembly of State Parties. And from what people are saying, it seems they got 1 more vote than they required. And I hope when all states are there and they're properly and more equitably represented, some sanity and fairness can prevail. But that's not under my control.
You chose to voluntarily, like you mentioned, to suspend yourself when the charges were leveled against you till the end of the 1-year investigations into the allegation conducted by the OSIS. From the start, you always insisted, of course, on your innocence of these allegations. But then there's a question, why did you volunteer to suspend yourself from your position as the prosecutor of the ICC, the International Criminal Court, without any guarantees, while your accuser continued working in your office at the ICC, giving her, some would say, and her claims an advantage?
Well, I won't speak about staff members of the ICC. I've got a responsibility in relation to that, and whether people were on leave or working is a separate point, but I didn't take leave. The first point is the allegations firstly raised themselves as a matter of record in May 2024. It was closed by the internal oversight mechanism because a complaint was not made. I carried on working. I took advice from IOM and other senior people in the institution. In October, when my name was released, and there was what I described just before the announcement of the warrants, a media campaign, I carried on working. October, November, December, January, February, March, April. It was in May 2025, I finally took voluntary leave. And I did that, quite frankly, because the campaign from major newspapers around the world and egged on by people that were leaking information or misrepresenting information in this one-sided attack became so loud, it was distracting, I think, from the work of the office. And I thought in the end, maybe it was a wrong decision. Maybe it was not a good decision by me, but in the end, I decided take leave. I didn't think that the leave would be more than a couple of months. I didn't think it would take as long as it did. But once I took leave, it became difficult really to go back. But time will tell if that was the right decision or the wrong decision. I made it believing that it was the least worst option at that particular moment in time.
You successfully indicted and issued arrest warrants on war crimes against President Putin of Russia and Maria Lvova-Belova on March 2023. You also successfully indicted and issued arrest warrants against Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his Defense Minister Yoav Gallant on November 2024. So it's safe to say you made powerful enemies in both East and West. What gives you hope that you can win such a vote in the Assembly of State Parties in New York on July 24th?
Well, the important thing is I made those applications as prosecutor, but the judges of the International Criminal Court, they're the ones that issued the warrants. They're the ones that analyzed the evidence, and they're the ones that independently determined that the evidence that we submitted required them to issue the relevant
warrants. Upon your request.
And so there are, upon my request.
The ICC today faces American sanctions, as do its judges and yourself, its prosecutor. It faces internal crisis. It's engulfed by controversy and faces a legitimacy debate unlike any other in the 23 years history. In your honest assessment, is the ICC is going to emerge from it all the stronger for having been tested, or will we be witnessing the beginning of the end of the international courageous attempt to end the culture of impunity around our world?
It's a great question. I think the jury's out. I don't believe with this adage, this simple adage that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. If you're beaten up, you're not stronger in the short term. You're bruised or your bones are broken. So time will tell. It's true that the threats, the sanctions, the coercive measures have forced the court to adapt, to try to become more resilient, to be less dependent upon the vagaries of political power or expedient decisions. I think that much is correct. But it's important also that you are anchored in due process. And we need to stay the course. We need to make sure that in the storms that we see around us, including the storm of the ICC, we don't try to dress something up as a legitimate decision to try to make people happy or to lessen the heat. You have to sometimes go through the fire stay firm, stay focused, and take the consequences of whatever they are. And I think that applies to me. It also applies to institutions. You do what we think is right. Don't depart from due process.
On the personal level, how are you dealing with this kind of pressure? And how do you deal with it without being consumed by it? How does your family, your daughter, your wife, deal with such pressures?
This is painful. I'm lucky. I'm blessed with a wonderful wife, wonderful children, a wonderful family, and they're my life raft. I think without them, no man is an island. I'm certainly not. I would have sunk a long time ago. So I'm very blessed in that regard. I'm believe in God. I believe in service, and I think importantly, I think we have to look at what's much more important than us. I said to the office when I was elected to the staff in a town hall that when one becomes a judge or a prosecutor or in any walk of public life, whether we know it or not, we are exiting stage left. We are temporary custodians. There's a limited mandate. We should be looking at the victims around the world that look to the ICC, that look to the institutions of the United Nations also for protection. They're suffering a million times worse. They have much more insecurity, much more pain, and they deserve better from us, from me, but from the institutions as well. And I think focusing on them, that's a battle worth fighting because their rights should never be surrendered to. And that's why international service is a wonderful opportunity to work for something bigger than our individual egos or our individual ambition or even the temporary occupation of our positions.
You have been sanctioned, investigated, suspended, and attacked from multiple directions, all while running the most active docket in the history of the court. Knowing now everything that you know, would you do it all again? Would you change anything?
Well, I'll do it all again in the sense of making the decisions I made. Of course, there's lessons to be learned, mistakes, improvements that we can always make in these types of jobs, with all one's limitations to serve something more important than ourselves, our, shortcomings, our limitations as human beings. That's a great opportunity. That's a great blessing. And I feel very fortunate for all the daggers drawn and difficulties, criticism, sanctions, convictions, warrants in absentia that we face, and the character assassination that I think I've been subjected to, the breach of due process. It's a heavy price, but I think I feel still honored that I've had this opportunity. I wish it wouldn't have happened, of course, and I hope things can be clarified by the Assembly of State Parties in just over 4 weeks' time.
Karim Khan, KC, prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, we thank you for this exclusive interview with Al Arabiya, and we thank you for your insight and your frankness. And we will be here at the United Nations to report on the outcome of the vote on the 24th of July.
Thank you, Talal. Thank you so much for having me, Talal, and please let me know what happens there if I'm not there myself.
They seized our homes and refused to leave them.
We launched the attack and destroyed the enemy's capabilities.
There is a security concern, and this concern is related to Al-Shabaab.
I opened the car window and saw my legs severed.
She disappeared for a while and came back pregnant in the camp.
We achieved major victories. We defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
It is very important that we see more embassies opening in Mogadishu.
If they give us the chance, we will return here tomorrow.
Somalia faces major challenges, with more than 60% of its population affected by nearly 2 decades of ongoing clashes with Al-Shabaab. The Kawarai militia, as Somalis call it, seeks to overthrow the government and establish its own rule.
There is a security concern, and this concern is linked to Al-Shabaab, which is not only an extremist movement that uses violence to achieve its goals, but also a movement that runs parallel to the state and tries to impose a complete alternative reality in parts of this country.
واقعاً كاملاً في أجزاء من هذه الدولة.
Al-Shabaab was founded in 2004, and its first public appearance under its current name came in 2006 on the ruins of a state that had been torn apart and exhausted by civil wars. In that same year, the United States designated it a terrorist organization. It served as the military wing of the Islamic Courts Union, which had consolidated its control over Mogadishu and the south of the country, becoming a major force through a system of Sharia court. In 2007, the movement split from the Union, which had refused to remain silent in the face of Ethiopian intervention, having become a magnet for many extremist currents with backing from Eritrea.
We are dealing with a Somali phenomenon that naturally crosses borders, receives support from abroad, and works to strengthen and cultivate its ties with other terrorist groups. Yet it has a distinctly Somali character. They say it is largely self-funded and entrenches its presence. Militarily, it constantly wages hit-and-run attacks and exploits clan disputes. And it exploits the lack of coordination between the central government and the regions, attacking weak positions.
The movement's current emir is Ahmed Diriye, known as Abu Ubada al-Somali, succeeding Ahmed Abdi, known as Mukhtar Abdul Rahman Abu Zubair, who was killed in a U.S. airstrike in 2014. 2 years earlier, the movement had pledged allegiance to Al-Qaeda, revealing an even more brutal face.
When the explosion happened, I heard that I had lost my leg. I saw thick smoke rising beneath me. I couldn't believe I was the target. I opened the car window and saw my severed leg. I panicked at the horror of what I saw. I jumped out of the car and crawled 4 or 5 steps. Nearby, there was an army checkpoint on the road leading to the airport. It is a heavily guarded area. I heard intense gunfire. Then the first soldier came toward me. I identified myself as a journalist because they thought I was the suicide bomber. After that, the soldiers took me to the hospital. The damage done to me is visible, but I did not bow to their intimidation and threats. I did not stop my work or my education, and I believe I defeated them. I did not give in to what they were demanding of me.
It was a bloody period after which the Somali army entered, a new phase of decisive, intensive field operations targeting the rebels' strongholds.
Battles between Al-Shabaab and the state keep recurring. In the past, we would leave our homes and then come back. But now, the fighting methods have changed because Al-Shabaab fighters seized our homes and refused to leave them, so the state brought in its artillery and began shelling them.
This approach began under former President Sharif. Sheikh Ahmed continued under President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud during his first term, and then under his successor, Mohamed Abdullahi Mohamed, known as Farmayo. The year 2022 marked a decisive turning point in the fight against terrorism, when the government, with the support of the PA, African Union mission, dealt heavy blows to the extremists.
Since the arrival of President Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud to power in May 2022, the state declared a war against those outside the law. Major campaign in which the state prevailed and the rebels suffered heavy defeats. We drove them out of many areas they used to control. When we speak of a distance of 30 kilometers from Mogadishu, we mean the towns of Balad and Basra. We also pushed them away from the Haradhir area, 8 kilometers from Mogadishu. We can say that the Somali state now controls around 90 to 95% of the territory.
Al-Shabaab bases its strategy on choosing cities in strategic locations to serve as its strongholds. The latest area to be liberated from its grip was the town of Baria. About 60 kilometers from Mogadishu, the town served as a forward base for the group's fighters, from which they planned and managed operations against the capital and its surroundings.
Baria is an important area. First, it is agricultural land. Second, it is close to the towns of Maro and Afgoy all the way to Marca, which makes it strategically important for the enemy. The terrorists try to move closer to the area, disrupt people's lives, and control the road leading to Mogadishu. Securing Baria is part of the operation. The military operation we called Silent Storm. The town has a strategic location, allowing us to monitor movements in the surrounding areas, on both sides.
Clashes have changed the face of the town after it spent a period behind the front lines. Motionless bodies bear witness to a fierce struggle, and hope is renewed for residents to return to their homes again.
Shabab fighters came and ordered all the residents to leave. They told them they did not want to see any of them here. All our people want to return to their homes. If they give us the chance, we will come back here tomorrow.
There is no current danger. What remains is to comb the area carefully, clear the mines they planted, and search for any remnants that could still harm people. Once we finish this important process, we will allow people to return to their homes. We will continue and move on to other areas, including Oudale.
Somali clans have also stepped in after growing fed up with the extortion payments imposed on them by force. A tribal uprising was a decisive factor in tipping the balance of the confrontation, drawing on its intimate knowledge of the terrain and the fighters' movements.
Those we call the Kawari, or outlaws, who controlled southern Somalia, are from the Al-Shabaab group, based in the south of Hiorajau, and then near in Puntland all the way to the far end of Jubaland, where Ras Kamboni is located, an Islamist military front. In the north, specifically, in the Golis Mountains and in Al-Miskat, ISIS is present. We have achieved major victories. With the help of the Puntland army and people, we have defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
The escalation peaked in March 2025 when there was an attempt to target President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud's convoy with a roadside landmine near the presidential palace. This bloody approach is not limited to striking state institutions and symbols. It targets anyone who opposes the movement's extremist ideology.
They wanted to silence me, to make me keep quiet. They were targeting public figures so that ordinary people would feel despair when they saw one or two such people killed. Among public figures to terrorize society and destabilize the state. They want to frighten the people. Personally, I did not feel fear and did not leave my country as other journalists did. We stayed and continued talking about them. They will come to an end. One day...
Illegal, taxes, smuggling, kidnapping, and extortion, money laundering, and external support. This is how the movement funds its terrorist activities, providing it with around $100 million a year, according to the U.S. Treasury Department.
هذا التمويل ممتد ويساعده في
This funding is sustained, and it is aided by a kind of pragmatism in dealing with clans. Sometimes trying to win them over, sometimes standing against them, and terrorizing those clans, dealing with them in ways that avoid direct confrontations. Addressing this requires a great deal of work, not only from Somali society, but from the Somali state and from the country's brothers and partners.
We have put in place an economic program to combat the Al-Shabaab terrorist movement, and we established a financial intelligence center to fight terrorist groups economically. We have succeeded in tightening the economic noose around them and cutting off their financial support. According to the latest reports, we have managed to close 575 accounts linked to the movement and have frozen 21 bank accounts.
International and regional alliances have stepped in and tightened the noose around these groups through ongoing operations to drive them out of their positions, mainly in the south and center of the country.
Neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti have helped us. They have been part of the African Union peacekeeping mission since 26, as well as Uganda, one of the African countries supporting us. These states have joined us at every stage of the fight against terrorism. Their soldiers are part of the FIA, African Union forces. Without their efforts on Somalia's security, terrorism would also have reached neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Somalia itself is deeply interconnected with its neighboring states.
The movement has lost much of its influence after the renewed pressure on it, combined with intensive U.S. airstrikes, and a series of defections has also thrown it into disarray and undermined its organizational structure.
I broke away from Al-Shabaab after a long ordeal. Their only goal is destruction and sabotage. They show no mercy to the weak, and life among them was harsh and difficult. I surrendered to the government. I want to live a dignified life, and pledge to fight them alongside the government forces and defend the country against those who kill people.
I used to think they represented Islam, and that anyone who opposed their ideas was a disbeliever. I even joined them and believed in their ideology. But their brutal killing of innocents and my inability to bear it pushed me to flee, especially after they ordered me to carry out a brutal killing operation. Before carrying it out, I decided to escape.
Mogadishu, which used to fall asleep to the sound of explosions and wake up to security fears and bullet marks on the walls, has now begun to regain its long-forgotten features. A cautious calm prevails under constant vigilance. Security checkpoints are everywhere, with heavy concrete barriers at the city's intersections. Military patrols monitor all entry points closely. A daily inspection routine is still present on every corner. Sobe Street, which witnessed the deadliest terrorist attacks in the capital's history in October 2017 and October 2022, is now entering a new phase of construction and development in an effort to restore the security that years of violence have taken away. Bakara Market, one of the largest markets in the Horn of Africa and the center of economic life in Somalia. For years, it was an open battlefield between warlords, Al-Shabaab fighters, and peacekeeping forces. The place's memory takes us back to 1992, when the state of chaos and social fragmentation prompted the United Nations to intervene militarily under U.S. leadership in what was then called Operation Restore Hope.
Today, I informed Secretary General Boutros Ghali that America will respond to the call. I have given Secretary Cheney the order to deploy a substantial American force to Somalia.
The clashes in and around Bakara Market escalated, and the market gained worldwide notoriety, especially after the events of October 3, 1993, the Battle of Mogadishu, when General Mohammed Farah Aidid's forces shot down 2 U.S. Black Hawk helicopters and dragged the bodies of their crew through the area.
This past weekend, we all reacted with anger and horror when an armed Somali gang desecrated the bodies of our American soldiers and paraded an American pilot as a captive. These tragic events raise difficult questions about our efforts in Somalia. Why are we still there?
The fierce battles left 19 American soldiers dead, after which U.S. forces withdrew from Somalia in 1994. Today, with tighter security and an increased police presence inside, the market is seeing a noticeable recovery for both consumers and traders.
Anyone who knows Bakara Market knows well that it has gone through major problems. In the past, there were serious obstacles related to security, the economy, and commercial competition. These challenges plunged us into a cycle of fear, killings and bombings, and hardship. There were huge explosions in nearby areas that caused many problems for our people. Thank God, there is a big difference between what we went through in the past and where we are today.
The relative stabilization of conditions has boosted commercial activity and extended to livestock markets, the backbone of Somalia's economy for centuries, the main source of livelihood for most of its people.
This market was established in 2005. Large numbers of goats and sheep are brought here. Trade is going well. Prices rise at times and fall at others. A sheep costs between $250 and $300, and a goat between $120 and $160. The market receives around 6,000 head of sheep each month, and during the Eid periods the number rises to about 60 or 70,000 head.
Aden Ada International Airport, named after the country's first president, is regaining its air traffic after being destroyed following the overthrow of Siad Barre's regime.
We have here 23 domestic flights a day to local airports, and we also have 17 international flights. We work with Interpol, which makes it easier for us to identify all those on watch lists. We are keen to arrest criminals, and those working with organizations such as Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Al-Shabaab. It has also become easier for us because we have a system known as the Fraud Detection Unit, FDU, which allows us to detect forged passports and visas and catch forgers.
The airport is one of the most heavily guarded sites in the capital, particularly in the Green Zone. It is a strategic hub for the government and international organizations, which makes it a target.
We facilitate the arrival and movement of our international partners here, but dealing with Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and ISIS is very difficult at times, because they can easily change their names and alter their records. Sometimes there are people who work with them and try to bring them into the country so that they can operate here more easily.
Mogadishu Port, the maritime heart of the capital, and the country's economic gateway to the Indian Ocean, is regaining its competitive position among Africa's major ports despite past setbacks.
Last year, Mogadishu Port became the second-best port in sub-Saharan Africa. The first was also Somalia's Berbera port, and we are trying to reach first place this year. Last year's estimates indicated that more than 400 ships arrived here. And as conditions improve and peace returns to Somalia, many business people have begun to benefit, not only in imports but also in exports, for example, to Kenya, Asia, and Arab countries. This is very positive for our business community. We have also put in place an advanced system under which all incoming ships undergo thorough inspections. Everything entering through our ports is checked. Everything entering through our ports is checked. And we have one of the most modern scanning devices in the region.
Directing domestic and foreign investment into infrastructure is an important step to boost an economy that faces major challenges such as poverty and youth unemployment exceeding 70%.
In Somalia, young people make up about 75% of the population, and their ages range from 18 to 50 years old, which means that we have an overall promising human capital. Even in terms of technology, we are developing significantly compared to neighboring countries. We have very good internet, so it is expected that the government will raise the economic growth rate to about 5 to 6%. As for average annual income per capita, it used to be around $300 and is now close to $600 to $700, which in itself is a clear improvement. The country has also launched a Vision 2060, under which we hope to raise average daily income per person from $2 to $5.
In addition to the traditional engines of development, new promising sectors are emerging, bringing fresh opportunities for investment and growth.
We still have great hopes of finding oil and gas, and exploration has already begun. So we are currently very optimistic economically. Our GDP growth rate is about 3 to 4%. We have 4 main sectors driving economic development: livestock, agriculture, fishing, And now we have started entering the oil and gas sector, which gives us substantial and diversified potential to drive our economic growth.
Despite the fragility of the economic recovery indicators, they have encouraged Somali investor Abdenoor Gutel to establish his project in the heart of Makkah al-Mukarramah Street, which was once the scene of bloody bombings.
Somalia is our country. We were working here before this project was set up. We see it as a social duty. If we don't do it, no one else will. That's why we wanted to invest in Somalia. To create jobs for Somali youth who used to risk their lives at sea to migrate to Europe and other countries. We have hired many of them, and people from the wider community. And we have also created a platform where all Somali companies can showcase their products and services for the Somali people.
Economic momentum has been strengthened by Somalia's accession to the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa and the East African Community. This step falls within a broader trend of economic diplomacy, which requires diplomatic openness that brings the country back onto the international stage.
It is very important for us to see more embassies opening in Mogadishu. We are working on this every day with our international partners, and going forward, we look forward to opening more embassies and missions. Diplomatic missions in Mogadishu. We work closely in line with our strategic vision at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to open more diplomatic missions around the world, especially in countries with which we have good and strong ties.
A political approach that runs up against various obstacles. In an unusual scene, on the side of the road, the pavements turn into spaces to display and sell the shilling, Somalia's local currency, bundles of banknotes that reflect high levels of inflation, which forced the government to adopt the dollar as an alternative currency alongside the emergence of electronic payment systems. Somalia's location has had a major impact on its political and economic makeup, past and present, making it a constant focal point of competition between great powers.
Its geographic position is clear: the Gulf of Aden, Bab al-Mandeb, and a coastline of 3,330 kilometers, the second longest coast in Africa. In sea lands of great importance, you are talking about a country emerging from conflict that has entered a zone of intense international competition, with multiple regional states competing over control of the maritime gateways in Africa and beyond. Naturally, this location puts it in the eye of these storms. The second, and very important, point for Somalia is that it forms the first line of contact in this part of the Horn of Africa and the Arab world in the fight against terrorism.
The same strategic location takes us back to a pivotal era in Somalia's history, when its unique geography in the Horn of Africa drew the interest of the major colonial powers, which redrew its borders according to their interests. After independence, Somalis began the journey of building a unified state, but successive conflicts threw Arab, African Somalia back into a spiral of fragmentation.
The most prosperous era in Somalia's history was when the country gained independence from British and Italian colonial rule and later united into a single entity, the Somali Republic, on 1 July 1960 until January 1975. Since that date, Somalia's trajectory began to decline sharply after the military regime executed 10 Somali elders who opposed the regime's so-called family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature. Who opposed what the regime called the family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature, that gave women greater equality with men. After that, Somalia entered the 1977 war with Ethiopia, a war that gradually led to the weakening of the Somali state and to its eventual collapse.
Following these deep divisions, international and Arab efforts emerged to bring the parties together and overcome political and security complexities.
During the collapse of President Siad Barre's government, may he rest in peace, and up to the establishment of the first transitional government in 2004, the Arab League had an envoy, and from that time on, we began trying to calm tempers between the Somali parties. In 2006, we held negotiations in Khartoum between the Somali transitional government and the Islamic courts. In 2008, we opened an Arab League mission during some of the darkest times when Somali society and its government were suffering from rampant violence.
As internal fighting worsened, federalism emerged as a political option for bringing people together, granting the region's broad self-rule within a unified state, producing 6 states, the most recent of which is the northeastern state, a direction rejected by Somaliland in the north of the country, which unilaterally declared secession in 1991. Today, this African country stands in the middle, seeking a delicate balance between its internal obligations and the pressures of geopolitics.
From a geopolitical perspective, our core vision is to work closely with all our partners, including our neighbors, because every challenge we face. As a government, we see as an opportunity to cooperate with states that are serious about working with us on the basis of respect for our sovereignty, our unity, and our national and international interests.
In the outskirts of the city, tin shack neighborhoods appear as a forced refuge for thousands of families fleeing conflict zones. Most live on limited means amid a total absence of infrastructure and basic services. A fragile social fabric further burdened by an extreme climate. It struck local community, stability, and left nearly 4 million people suffering from food insecurity out of a population of 19 million. In another part of Somalia's map, among these tents, are stories that led thousands of families to join the Mamis displacement camp in the Danail area. Hassan Ibrahim was one of those who left Baidoa in south-central Somalia during a mass displacement of more than 700,000 people.
I left my area because of drought, hunger, and problems. We've been here for 4 years. We have nowhere to go and cannot find good work. I used to farm and herd livestock. My wife, my children, and I fled after our animals died because the pastures dried up. We came here suffering from many problems.
We've been here for 2 years. We came from Lower Shabelle. My younger sister, Lula, lost her eyesight. We took her to the hospital. But the treatment was very expensive. They asked for a large amount, around $700 or $800, which we cannot possibly afford. Our father went to the countryside looking for work, and our mother works as a porter in Bakara market. Sometimes she earns money, and sometimes she doesn't. We can only have dinner when she gets paid. This is our situation.
Forced movements with different causes, yet all meet at one point, the struggle for survival.
The number of people here is large. They came from the regions of Middle Shabelle and Lower Shabelle, from places like Bay and Bakul, and all the areas beyond Afgoy, Kurioli, and Shalambud. Water shortages and clashes pushed them to come to this camp. Last week I was told that one woman suffered a psychological breakdown because of the fighting. She disappeared for a while and returned pregnant to the camp. There are also some wounded who were hit by gunfire.
Here there is both one thing and its opposite. In a striking shift in migration routes, Somalia has gone from being a source of refugees to a destination for those fleeing crises. Crises no less complex than the reality of this Arab African country.
During the war in Syria, there was a lot of chaos. After I graduated in 2017 or 2018, work conditions were bad, few job opportunities, difficulty starting your own business, and many hardships. Also because of the military situation, we had compulsory service, so I was forced to work abroad. I contacted friends who were already in Somalia. They encouraged me and said job opportunities were good. The climate was good, life was comfortable, and there were no problems at all. And now I am bound by a contract with the group here, and I'm comfortable. And of course, I'm thinking of returning, now that Assad is gone.
أنا يمنية أعيش في الصومال وصار لي من 2021.
I am Yemeni. I've been living in Somalia since 2021. I was in Turkey with my father when I met my husband there, and it happened that I returned to Somalia because of my husband's job. He's an engineer here. I came in 2021 and started a project. The project was a simple idea with a big dream. I love that Somalia is truly a country worth investing in, and I advise anyone to invest here. So I wanted to start a home-based project with simple handmade touches.
هنا أفتح مشروع من البيت بلمسات يد بسيطة.
Somalia today stands at a crossroads between the legacy of old conflicts and a serious opportunity to rebuild beyond the era of state collapse. Somalia's story may shift again given the current situation, and as the model of direct elections appears on the horizon, promising new rules with no war and no division.